Hello, friends. Sorry for the not so great fade out on the music. It just wasn't wasn't doing what I wanted to do. Welcome to our new book, Deep in the Jungle of Doom. We got this fancy fish man here on the cover. Um, when I went to get ready for this stream, I was like, man, I ordered a costume that looks almost just like this guy. So I don't know what to do today. So I flipped through the there's like a back description and then there's like a front description. And in the front description of the book it says, "Me Tarzan, you doomed. You're on vacation in South America, all ready for some real jungle action. Tigers, quicksand, and swinging on vines." So I was like, I guess I'm gonna be a tiger today. There's some vines in here. You can't see those. You can't see any of them. They're here. Here. There's some vines. Yeah, I have these fangs which are really great, except that they're not quite fit properly. So now I'm like, feel like they're gonna fall out, and I feel like I have really bad lisp. But we will get started with them and see how it goes, and eventually I will probably take them out because it's gonna be a pain in my mouth. Are you guys ready for fun today? I was like, wait, is it even the right day? Did I do this on the wrong day? That's how weird this week has been. I've been off of work for almost 2 weeks because I came into contact with someone who had COVID. But luckily, nobody else got COVID. We're all good and back to work now. But yeah, it's been weird. It's been a weird week. I feel like people were here and now I feel like nobody is saying anything. It's like talking to myself too. Okay, it is 7:07 and we're gonna get started with the book. We're gonna see what this fish guy is. I'm pretty sure the fish guy is us. I'm pretty sure we turn into the fish guy, but let's see what could possibly be happening here in the Jungle of Doom. Also, as a quick aside before we get started, this book is number 11. In my personal collection right now, I have 27 of the Give Yourself Goosebumps books. There are 50 total. And this is number 25 that I am reading right now. So I have 2 left in my collection, but there are still like 20 some more out there. So we're, as of today, halfway through the collection of the Give Yourself Goosebumps books. So it's about time for me to go shopping and find some more so that we can keep going over the next few weeks. Okay. All right, Junior Explorers. I direct your attention to this magnificent specimen of Bromeliad acema. On and on the guide, Mrs. Weedle, drones. You can't believe you're stuck on a nature study tour. When you saw the brochure for the Junior Explorer Adventure Club at the front desk of your hotel, it looked great. 3 days hiking in the jungle with 10 other kids your age and an experienced jungle guide. How cool. Come on, you begged your parents. We're in South America and you want me to sit by the pool all day? I could do that at home. Why did you take me to a foreign country if you didn't want to expose me to new things? Now you wish your parents had said no. At least your best friend Zoe is with you on the hike. And even though the guide is as boring as possible, the jungle is pretty cool. Heavy vines hang crisscrossed over the trail. Strange and beautiful flowers in deep colors sprout from every side. As you follow Zoe, you notice a strange spiky flower with bright blue petals off to the side of the trail. Absent-mindedly, you reach out to touch it. A sudden breeze makes the bright blue petals shiver. No, the flower screams, and you pull your hand back at the last second. Race to page 2. No, the scream continues. Don't touch that flower. It's only Mrs. Weedle. What's wrong, you ask? Is it poisonous? Does it shoot venom or something cool? Of course not, Mrs. Weedle huffs. That flower is an endangered species. You could have killed it. She turns and marches back to the front of the group. Whew, that was a close one, Zoe says, brushing the bangs away from her eyes. For a second there, I thought something exciting was actually going to happen. Zoe's cool. Way cool. That's one of the reasons she's your best friend. She has a sarcastic remark to every situation, and she's not scared of anything. That's why you know she's just as anxious as you are to break away from the group and do some real exploring. Just a moment ago, through the trees, you saw something else that was definitely worth checking out. There it is again, off to the right, about 20 yards away. Incredible. Your heart skips a beat at what you see. Find out what it is on page 37. About 20 yards off to the right, through the crisscrossing branches and leaves of the jungle, you see a bush. A big bush of vines. With feet. That's right, 2 clawed feet carved in stone are sticking out from under the clinging vines. You figure it could be one of those tribal ruins in the jungle you've heard about. You heard that there used to be some pretty dangerous tribes of headhunters in the area. You're dying to find out if they still exist. Headhunters shrink people's heads, and they make sacrifices to ancient statues carved in stone. At least that's what you've heard. Mrs. Weedle would have everyone thinking the most dangerous thing in the jungle was a bee, or maybe an aphid. They eat endangered plants. Zoe, you call up to her. Look over here. There's something weird about that bush. I wish we could go check it out. I've got an idea, Zoe says with a gleam in her eye. You've been friends with Zoe for almost your entire life, and you know that when you see the gleam in her eye, it means you're getting into trouble. Usually the fun kind of trouble, but always big trouble. Find out what kind of trouble on page 64. Oh, Mrs. Weedle, Zoe calls out. The group comes to a halt. What was the name of that extremely rare flower you were describing this morning? The one all the famous scientists were searching for? Which one? You mean the Amaryllis calyptalocus? Is that the one with the weird twisty orange petals and the blue stems? Zoe asks innocently. Yes, indeed, Mrs. Weedle answers. She starts to wring her fingers excitedly. What about Caterpillar? I saw it, Zoe nearly shouts. I really did. Where? Where? Mrs. Weedle does a happy little jump. I think it was over there, Zoe says, pointing back down the path. Or maybe it was that way, she said, pointing to the left of the group. We should split up and search for it, you suggest. All the kids start talking at once. Now's your chance to sneak away. Quick, sneak over to page 42. You and Zoe dash off the path into the jungle, and you hear Mrs. Weedle yelling behind you. Quiet! You can picture her, red-faced and out of breath. All of the noise settles down, and Mrs. Weedle starts talking again. You stay very still and listen from your hiding place behind a big tree. We've got 2 good hours of hiking left to get to our campground for the night. That gives us until 3 o'clock to find the Caterpillar. Now, everyone, follow me. It worked. They're looking for that flower. And as long as you hook back up with them again before 3 o'clock, they may never know you're gone. Zoe, did you really see the Caterpillar whatever? No way, she says, grinning from ear to ear. But now we get to explore. You make your way through the dense leaves and vines towards the stone feet that caught your eye before. Here it is, Zoe, you shout. There must be a statue underneath these vines. You both get a good grip on the creeping vines and yank them back. Your blood runs cold at what you see. Rush to page 47. The creeping vines fall to either side of the statue. A hideous gargoyle carved out of gleaming white stone grins out at you. It has crazy, bulging eyes and long, sharp teeth. It looks like some kind of mutant cat creature. That's really creepy, Zoe says. It gives me the shivers just looking at it. And then you hear something else. It sounds like a low, deep growl. It sounds like it's coming from the statue. You feel a hot blast of stale-smelling air on your face. That's when you notice bits and pieces of plaster falling away from the statue. What's going on, you think? You shake your head and blink your eyes, but it doesn't help. The great stone beast lifts one of its clawed forepaws and slices at some of the vines still clumped around it. They fall to pieces to the ground. "Run!" Zoe screams, grabbing at you. But which way? There are two paths leading away from where you are. Down the path to the left, you see a small pool and a waterfall. Maybe you could swim away from the beast. To the right, you see a clearing with heavy sticks and rocks. Which way are we going to go? Left or right? Poll is started. And it's too quiet. Tiger, to be exact. But yes, thank you. Okay, right now, do we want to go? Oh, this was confusing. If we go to the left, there is a pool and a waterfall. If we go to the right, there is a clearing with heavy sticks and rocks. Do we want to try and fight the beast with the rocks on the right, or try our luck with the water on the left? There's still a little bit of time left to vote. There is a poll going in the chat. Let's drown them. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we chose left to the water. Everybody chose left. Cool, cool. We are going to page 68. You race towards the waterfall. Maybe you can lose the giant gargoyle that way. The stone beast chasing you kind of looks like a cat, you think. And cats hate water, right? Down the path, a small pool of water is surrounded by lush tropical plants and flowers. From 50 feet above, a river cascades down into the pool, sending up a thick mist. "Jump into the water," Zoe shouts. She does a perfect cannonball from the mossy bank. You glance around. The stone beast appears on the path behind you. Its hideous jaws snap wildly in the air, and its thick stone leg muscles are bunched up, ready to pounce. Turn to page 51. Luda, I just got your message. You might be real delayed today. You stare into the crazy bulging eyes of the stone creature. It looks a little like a Chinese parade dragon, you think. It's baring its teeth at you in a hideous grin. You've got to make your move. Since the beast is made of stone, it probably can't swim. There's only one catch. Neither can you. Desperately, you cast your eyes around. On the ground next to you, there's a big stick. You definitely need something if you're going to fight off a gargoyle. And then again, maybe the stick would help you float if you jumped up into the water. You pick it up. The gargoyle swishes its tail angrily and licks its chops with a huge gravel-coated tongue. What's it going to be? Risk drowning or take your chances with the beast? Better make your move before it pounces. If you want to try and fight it with the stick, we'll choose option 1. If you want to try and jump into the water and use the stick to float, we will choose option 2. And go ahead and vote. It's always a bad idea when I paint my nose because I have really bad allergies, you guys. You can't swim? I was just thinking yesterday, I was like, how do people not know how to swim? You know, I like grew up like in the water, so. Okay, there's a poll in the chat, you guys, if you have not seen it yet. Try and do that. If it doesn't show up, you might need to restart your browser. Okay. So, we chose jumping into the water on page 78. Just as the gargoyle pounces at you, you do a clumsy backwards dive off the bank into the water. You plunge down deep into the pool, gripping the heavy stick with both hands. It seems as if you're underwater for too long, but then your face and arms break the surface and you can breathe again. The stick floats, thank goodness. You made it, Zoe cheers. Yeah, you cry in triumph, gasping for air. The water is icy cold. It's like taking a bath in an ice cube tray. Look, Zoe says breathlessly. She points to the shore. The stone beast is prowling back and forth on the bank. It looks angry. It won't come near the water, Zoe declares. Excellent, you say, shivering. But what do we do now? If we stay in here much longer, I think I'll freeze to death. I'm already starting to lose feeling in my toes. Zoe doesn't say anything. Her teeth are chattering too hard. You feel your feet beginning to grow numb from the freezing water. Are you destined to become 2 human ice cubes? Or will you be torn apart by a big walking rock? Dog paddle over to page 6 to find out if you have any hope. Grrr! The gargoyle growls at you from the shore and slashes one of its razor-sharp claws through the air. Meanwhile, you're starting to lose feeling above your knees now. You never knew water could be this cold. Things are looking grim. Oh, we got some collapsing something behind me. It's the gargoyle, you guys! Let's be calm about this, you say. There must be something we can do. Yeah, right, Zoe moans, rolling her eyes. Why don't we just swim right up the waterfall? Haha, very funny, you retort. Sometimes Zoe's sarcasm isn't so cool. But you stare at the waterfall anyway. The water pounds down from the jagged cliffs above. Sunlight turns the falling streams of water many deep shades of blue and green. But that's not what you're looking at. There's something else. You think that you can make out the outline of something behind the falls. Something big. Something dark. Is it another stone beast? Hurry to page 31 to find out. No, it's not another stone beast you see behind the waterfall. It's the mouth of a cave. We might not be able to go up the waterfall, you say to Zoe, but we can go through it. Come here and look. Clutching your floating stick, you paddle over towards the pounding falls in the mist. Zoe follows you. Cool, Zoe shouts. There's a cave behind the falls. Maybe we can crawl through and find a way out of this mess. You take a deep breath and dive down, stick and all, under the tremendous spray created by the waterfall. The water pushes you down. For a moment, your eyes and ears fill with the pounding foam. When you come up again, you're behind the sheet of water in the mouth of the cave. The sunlight shines through the mist, creating tiny rainbows in the air. It's pretty to look at the pool through the waterfall, The cave behind you isn't nearly so pretty. Dark, jagged rocks cut out from its black mouth. A warm, moist wind blows against your face. And then you feel something slimy brush against your leg underwater. What was that, you think? But before you can think again, it grabs your foot and pulls you under. Quick, splash over to page 125. The icy water fills your eyes, ears, and mouth. You gulp for air only to swallow water, cough, and sputter. You thrash your arms, but it feels as if you're still sinking. In your panic, you let go of your stick. Your lungs begin to ache. You open your eyes and try to see what it is that has pulled you under. It's no good. All you can see is the blurry blue of water. Water everywhere. With one last burst of strength, you shake off the thing that has you by the foot. Gasping for air, you reach the surface. You look back in terror and see Zoe. She's red-faced and giggling. Zoe, you shout, you know I can't swim. Sorry, she laughs, treading water. You look so scared staring into the cave like that. I just couldn't resist giving you a little dunk. I'm not scared, you protest. I'm just wondering if we'll be able to find a way out. It's so dark in there. Just wondering, huh? Zoe teases. Want me to go first? If you want Zoe to lead, choose option 1. If you want to go first, choose option 2. The poll is open. We are about halfway done with the vote, so about 30 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to have Zoe go first, or option 2, for you to lead the way. Now that I'm sitting here, I'm like, I feel like I should have put my hair into like little like pigtails, because maybe it'll look like little ears. That'd be better. Little, like pigtail ears. Not like that. That's not a good look. Okay, we had 4 votes for us going first and 2 votes for Zoe. So we are going to lead the way on page 83. I'm not afraid to go first, Zoe, you declare as you scramble up onto the slimy rocks. Oh yeah? Prove it, she says to you. There's nothing in here that can scare me, you say bravely. You glance back as Zoe pulls herself out of the cold water. She takes off her windbreaker to wring it dry. She turns to you and flashes a grin. You start to make your way deeper into the cave. The walls are wet and slimy. You don't want to touch them, but you have to or you'll fall. The cave air feels hot and humid, and there's the strangest warm breeze. It's almost as if someone were breathing on you. Weird, you remark to Zoe. The cave floor is pink. Oh no, you guys. She doesn't answer you. Zoe, you call? Where are you? Again, there's no answer. You peer into the darkness behind you, but you're all alone. Or maybe you're not so alone after all. You have a funny feeling something is watching you from inside the cave. Follow your hunch to page 23. Where did Zoe go anyway? Wasn't she right behind you? Or is she too chicken? You turn to scramble back to the mouth of the cave. The mouth of the cave. Sorry. I lost my place trying to be funny. But you stop to listen when you hear a voice. There's your supper, someone says. It's Zoe's voice. It's echoing through the cave. Now you'll let me go, right? Supper? Let me go? Who is she talking to? What is going on? That's when the sides of the cave turn smooth and the floor starts to move like a long pink escalator. Like a long pink tongue. With a horrified gasp, you realize why the air in the cave feels so humid. You're not in a cave. You're in the mouth of a giant stone beast, as big as a whole mountain. How is that possible? How did Zoe know? And why would your best friend betray you? Those are good questions, but unfortunately, you don't have time to worry about them. In fact, you only have about 5 seconds before you land in the beast's acid-filled stomach. 4, 3, 2, 1. The end. This book is like brand new, you guys, so it's not creased yet. The end. I got this new webcam that my friend Mike bought for me, but I can't get it to focus up close, which is kind of frustrating. But does my video quality look better than usual, you guys? I feel like on my end it does, at least. I don't know if it translates that well. Cool. Excellent. I'm glad it looks better. We got one ending in. Let's see where else we can go with this book. Okay, this time we are going to have Zoe lead us into the cave on page 52. You know there's no going back. Not with that gargoyle creature outside. This cave is your only hope. But still, it's so dark and spooky in there. You go first, Zoe, you say as you pull yourself up onto the rocks. You gesture towards the creepy cave with one hand. If you're so brave, then just go right ahead. Okay, scaredy cat, follow me, she says as she steps into the mouth of the cave. You stay right behind her. You're both dripping wet and shivering, but a warm breeze is blowing through the cave. It dries you as you go. Your eyes adjust to the darkness. Jagged rocks line the walls of the cave. You move slowly through the dark. Zoe tells you that there's a boulder or a ditch. You walk for what seems like an eternity. And then you see something totally unexpected. Light. Look, you shout to Zoe. That must be the way out. Scramble to page 88. Zoe speeds over the rocks towards the bright light. You hurry to keep up. You can't wait to get out of this cave and meet up with your group. Even Mrs. Weedle is sounding pretty good to you right now. But when you glance up, you see you have stumbled on some sort of large underground chamber. The light you saw was not from the sun. It was torchlight, cast by hundreds of blazing torches that decorate the room you now stand in. Cool, Zoe murmurs. What is this place? The cavern is so tall that you can't even see the ceiling. But the floor is covered in soft carpets. At the end of the room, a small pyramid rises. It looks just like the ones we studied in ancient history class, you whisper, pointing to the pyramid. Yeah, but this isn't history. This is now. Check out that throne, Zoe says in amazement. At the top of the pyramid is a golden throne draped with what appears to be tiger skins. Ooh. Zoe walks over to it, gaping at the splendid throne. But you're starting to feel nervous. Somebody lit all these torches, and you're not so sure you want to be around when they get back. Too late. Uh-oh, Zoe whispers. Somebody's coming. Who is it? Clue in on page 63. From every corner of the room, from each crevice, dark forms step out of the shadows. They move in, circling around you. Some of them are shorter than you, some taller. And as they step into the torchlight, you realize, with a chill that pierces you to the bone, there's something very unhuman about them. The first thing you notice is their bizarre heads. They look like hideous puffballs. They're perfectly round and covered in slimy white fuzz, like moss. Their eyes are big gelatinous blobs, glossy and white. You're almost too grossed out by their heads to notice, but their bodies are covered with heavy gray, rock-like scales instead of skin, as if someone dipped them in glue and rolled them in a gravel pit. What are they? Some forgotten race of cave people with big blobby eyes to help them see in the dark? Maybe that's what happens if you spend too much time underground, you think. They're moving in on you and Zoe. Your knees are starting to feel shaky as they draw nearer. Are they friends or enemies? Rush to page 91. What do these bizarre cave people want from you, you wonder, as they come closer and closer? Look up there, Zoe yells. She points to the pyramid. All of the creatures fall to their knees suddenly. A huge figure appears on the throne at the top of the pyramid. He must be 10 feet tall. His face is covered with strange, slimy moss, like the others, but it's gold-colored, not white. And huge horns stick out of each side of his big, spongy head. He wears a robe of animal skins. Greetings, he booms. He speaks English. The cave creatures draw towards you. Maybe they just want to say hello, like their king. Then again, why are they surrounding you if they're friendly? In a flash, you scan the cavern for an escape route. They're all around you. But off to your left, there seems to be a gap. If you make a break for it now, you just might get away from them. Or you could stay here and hear what the big king has to say. Who knows? He could be nice. Possibly. It's your choice. If you want to make a run for it, we'll choose option 1. If you want to stay and listen, then we will choose option 2. And the poll is open. We got 60 seconds to vote, you guys. The poll is in the chat. If you check the top of your chat bar. Option 1, make a run for it. Or option 2, hear the king out. Let's open a dialogue here. What kind of dialogue? Oh, with the king. I was like, are we opening a dialogue? What is our dialogue, Tim? Okay. We got 5 votes. 4 chose to listen. This is my beautiful skull bug. That's a great question. What's in here? It's something left over. There's like some vodka and some orange pop. And some Mio. I don't know. I also have these beautiful tropical hard ciders that my friend Jubilee gave to me for cutting her hair, and these are also really delicious. So we have chosen to hear the king out. We are going to page 107. You decide to hear what the king has to say. Maybe the king will show us a way out, you whisper to Zoe. Humans, his voice booms through the cavern. Come forward. 2 of the rock people grab you, 1 on each arm. Their hands are covered with stone chips, and the stones dig into your skin. Ow, you exclaim. Let us go, Zoe cries. The rock people drag you both up to the top of the pyramid, and they throw you down at the king's feet. Maybe you should have run when you had the chance. Turn to page 135. The king of the cave people peers down at you. All the features on his face are covered by soft golden fuzz. The thick horns stick out from the sides of his enormous round puffball head. He's so tall that you're getting a cramp in your neck from looking up at him. We live in this mountain. It is our home. You have trespassed here, he says, as he lowers himself majestically to his throne. Zoe interrupts him. Excuse me, Mr. King, sir? I mean, Your Highness? Whatever your name is? Her face is turning red. Yes, what is it, human? He asks impatiently. We're very sorry to have busted into your home like this. We really shouldn't be here, Zoe says, brushing her brown bangs out of her eyes, like she always does when she's nervous. If you'd kindly show us how to get back out, we'd gladly leave. Ha ha! Very funny, bellows the king. All of the cave creatures start snorting and chuckling. Silence, the king bellows, cutting his subjects off. He leans forward and grabs Zoe by the arm. Find out what happens next on page 116. The king gazes into Zoe's face and bellows. If you want us to show you the way out, you're going to have to earn it. He lets go of her and she tumbles back to the ground next to you. I shall set you a task. If you can accomplish it in a certain amount of time, I will let you go free. If you cannot, the king shakes his horned head sadly. Your Majesty, what will happen to us if we can't do it? You ask bravely. I will keep you here as my slaves forever, he roars. All the stone people snort and giggle as if their king just told the best joke ever. The king claps his stony hands 3 times. Bring forward the timepiece, he commands. Turn forward to page 120. 4 servants hurry up the steps of the pyramid with a huge golden cage. Within the cage is an enormous hourglass. They place the timepiece in front of the king. The king points a stony finger at you and Zoe. You must bring me 3 pieces of gold from inside this mountain. His voice echoes through the cavern. You have 1 palooka to find the gold. 1 what? Zoe asks. 1 palooka, the king answers. It's our unit of time measurement here in the mountain. Pardon me, sir, you interject, but do you know what that breaks down to in human time? Hours and minutes, maybe? You tap on your watch to show him what you're talking about. I don't know, the king snaps. Here, take my pocket timepiece. He hands you a beautiful little hourglass in a silver box. It's so small, it fits right in your hand. That was a gift from my mother, the king says, bowing his head. If you lose it, I will boil you in lava. He doesn't look like he's joking either. On the count of 3, we will flip the timepieces together. 1, 2, quick, turn to page 3. That was good. I like that. 3. The king claps his hands 3 times and the servants flip the timepiece over. You do the same to the miniature timepiece in your hand. Sand pours through the glass. You tuck the baby hourglass into your shirt pocket. It fits perfectly. You have 1 palooka. Now bring me 3 pieces of gold, the king bellows. You glance around the chamber. There are tunnels everywhere. Come on, you shout at Zoe. Let's go. The 2 of you head for the biggest tunnel leading away from the chamber. You have 1 palooka to find the gold. Just how long is a palooka anyway, you wonder? Flip to page 58 to start the quests. You and Zoe race down the big tunnel. Where are we going to find gold, you wonder aloud to Zoe. I don't know, Zoe replies. It's not like your average scavenger hunt. Gold is pretty hard to come by. The tunnel is wide and well lit by lanterns that hang from the walls about every 5 feet. Smaller tunnels branch off to the sides of the main tunnel. Quick, let's take this one, Zoe chooses. She's pointing to a tunnel that curves downward. There might be some gold deeper down towards the center of the earth. Above you, you see a tunnel that goes straight up, and there's a ladder cut into the stone. If you want to take the tunnel that goes down, choose option 1. If you want to take the ladder that goes up, choose option 2. And vote. I also like this quest thing. Okay, we are about halfway done with the vote. You got 30 seconds left, you guys. Option 1 is to take the tunnel that goes downwards, or option 2 to take the ladder to climb up. I only got 4 votes so far and 11 viewers, so come on. You got like 5 seconds. We tied, you guys. Technically, you are 2 of the viewers. Well, we need a tiebreaker vote for someone that did not vote. Please and thank you. Anyone? Tiebreaker vote. No. Okay, I'm choosing the ladder. Oh, we chose the ladder instead. Haha, okay. So, we will take the ladder on page 98. Don't mind me and my sniffly nose. Zoe, you call. Let's take this one that goes up. It might even lead to the surface. Yeah, she agrees. Then we could just go back to the Junior Explorers and forget this whole thing. That would be great, you say. Here, I'll boost you up. Once Zoe's up on the ladder, you scramble up on some loose rocks. Up the ladder, you climb and climb and climb. The tunnel gets brighter as you climb. You're almost back in the jungle. Soon you can smell the flowers, and you can even hear the tropical birds singing to each other. We're almost out, Zoe announces. Wow, you add. I can't believe this was so easy. But then you remember something awful. Zoe, you whisper gravely, I have to go back. Oh no. Tell Zoe why on page 76. What is it? Why do you have to go back? Zoe asks. She stops climbing and glances down at you over her shoulder. We're almost free. I still have the king's timepiece, you moan. I can't steal it. That wouldn't be right. Listen, Zoe says impatiently. Just set it down over there. He'll find it sooner or later. She points to a big rock sticking out the side of the tunnel. The rock is flat on top, just like a shelf. It looks as if the timepiece would fit right on the rock. Anyway, Zoe continues, checking her big watch, the rest of our group will be hiking out of here at 3 o'clock. It's 2:25. We've only got about a half an hour left before they leave. I feel bad, you moan. He said it meant a lot to him. I should go sit it down in the tunnel or something. That king was so mean to us. I can't believe you feel sorry for him. If it were me, Zoe says, I'd keep the hourglass and sell it for a lot of money. Time's a-wasting. What are you gonna do? I agree. Zoe is trying to get us in trouble. If you want to leave it on the shelf, choose option 1, or if you want to keep it, choose option 2 and vote. Come on, music. The vote's going, even if the music doesn't. I mentioned this last week, but I don't know if you guys were all here. But everybody's got this this Spotify Wrapped thing for the year end. It tells you all your top music. And my top song for the year was the Jeopardy theme song, which I played 714 times in 2020 through Spotify, because I used to play it through Spotify and now I have it just saved on my phone, but it totally messed up my entire Spotify year because it just, everything is like, your favorite thing was this Jeopardy theme song. So that was hilarious, and I thought you guys might like that. We had more votes to leave the timepiece sitting on the shelf, so we are going to go to page 128. I'll set the timepiece right here, you say to Zoe. You withdraw the miniature timepiece from your shirt pocket and set it carefully on the flat rock. I'm ready. Let's get out of here. There's a loud click from the rock where you set the timepiece. The ledge slides into the wall. You've pressed some sort of secret button. Quickly, you catch the hourglass as it slides off the disappearing rock shelf. Whew, that was close. It almost fell down the tunnel. That's when you feel the grooves of the ladder that you've been climbing on start to flatten out. The ladder is becoming smooth, and the whole tunnel is rounding out, turning into a big round chute. You can't hold on much longer. Hurry to page 73 to see what happens. Oh no! You and Zoe scream together as you slide down the smooth stone slide. Bump, you land on the tunnel floor, back at where you started. Great, Zoe says, rolling her eyes. We were almost out. Sorry, you say. At least the hourglass is still okay. You hold it up for her to see. Come on, she moans. We've got to find gold for the king, and fast. Zoe, you say, I am really sorry. Don't sweat it, she replies. And you know that she's such a good friend that she won't mention it again. Time's running out, Zoe says. Which way should we go? Turn to page 14. Let's take the tunnel that goes down, you say. You pull the timepiece out of your pocket to check. Hurry, we've only got about 2/3 of a puka left. Or palooka. Even if we do get the gold in time, do you think we'll make it back to the ground before they take off? Liz asks, glancing at her clunky watch. It's already 2:30. We've only got a half an hour left. Let's worry about the gold first. If we get out of this mess, we'll meet up with Mrs. Weedle somehow, you remark. You follow Zoe down the narrow tunnel. This one is not as well lit as the other one. There's only one lantern about every 20 feet. Even though Zoe is right in front of you, sometimes you bump into her because you can't see her. Ouch, Zoe complains. Walk further behind me so you don't walk on my heels. Sorry, you answer. I'll hang back a little. The tunnel twists and turns. Zoe gets so far ahead of you that you feel as if you're alone. Your sneakers crunch on the loose rocks on the floor of the path. The sound echoes down the passageway. You can hear your heart beating. Bum bum. Bum bum. Flip to page 33. You stumble along the darkly lit tunnel, listening to your heartbeat. How will you find 3 pieces of gold when it's so dark you can hardly see your hand in front of your face? Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Your heartbeat makes the only sound. I don't even hear Zoe's footsteps anymore, you think to yourself as you tramp through the passageway. And that's when the tunnel ends. That's right. You walk smack into a rounded stone wall. You're in a small cave. Huge boulders block the path forward. It's a dead end. Where did Zoe go? She was right in front of you. Your heartbeat speeds up. Ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. Where is she? Look for her on page 104. Where could Zoe have gone? The tunnel is a dead end. There's no way out, and you were right behind her. Zoe, you call? Zoe, where are you? Where are you? You. Your voice echoes back. And that's when you notice the tip of a shoe sticking out from behind a boulder to your left. It's a green shoe. The tip of it curves upwards like an elf shoe. Who's there, you demand? Turn to page 26, quick. You can't see around the boulder to see who it is that's wearing the weird little shoe, but you're sure that whoever it is had something to do with the disappearance of your friend. Who's there, you repeat. Just me, your friendly neighborhood troll. A tiny man steps out from behind the rock. He carries a bright lantern that casts a flood of light in the tiny chamber. The troll is wearing a cute little mountain climber's outfit, complete with lederhosen and striped green and white stockings. A white beard covers his wrinkled face. He would look like a tiny clown, but he had an evil expression on his face. His mouth is set in a hard line, and his eyes, you realize, with shock, are red. Where's my friend, you ask the troll. Well, that's no way to greet someone, the fellow snaps. He walks over to you. He comes up to your waist. My name is Cronby. What's yours? He extends his hand up to you. He leans toward you with his hand out, scowling. There's something wicked in those red eyes. Okay. Are we going to shake his hand? Or are we going to avoid the handshake? Choose option 1 to shake the troll's hand, or choose option 2 to avoid the handshake. Go. Okay, we are about halfway done with the vote, you guys. Option 1 to shake the troll's hand, or option 2 to avoid it. We've got 4 votes in so far. Question about racism. I don't know. This book's a little old. They might not have called that out in a kid's book in 1996. Okay, we chose to shake the little guy's hand. We are going to go to page 29. You don't want to be rude, so you lean down to shake his hand. As you're shaking his hand, the troll gazes into your eyes and smiles a slow, menacing smile. Why, those eyes aren't so bad after all, you think to yourself. I can see my reflection in them. And there's something else. You gaze deeper into the troll's twirling red eyes. There's your mom, and your dad, and there's your house. What are they doing in there? The eyes twist you around. You feel dizzy. The rocks of the cave are spinning, yet you search deeper into his eyes. Your mom and dad are crying. They're crying over someone. You look deeper, deeper into the red eyes. They're crying over you because they'll never see you again. While you've been gazing deeper and deeper into the tiny man's eyes, he's been hypnotizing you. He has made you his slave for the rest of your life. Too bad you couldn't resist that handshake, because now you'll never be able to resist anything that troll tells you to do. The end. That was ending number 2. That was a pretty good little run we got going on there, you guys. We're going to go back and not shake this guy's hand this time, because apparently that was not a good choice. I kind of got sexual. I'm sorry that I was reading it too sexually for you. I didn't mean that. 81. Nice to meet you, Crombie, you tell the troll, burying your hands in your pockets. Have you seen my friend Zoe? The troll wrinkles up his brow, as if he's thinking very hard. Is she about this tall? He says, holding a hand up to exactly Zoe's height, with freckles and hair in her face and not very good manners. Yeah, you nod. That sounds like her. Yeah, Crombie says, sticking his hands in his pockets and imitating you. I saw which way she went. Where is she, you demand? The troll sits down on top of a small rock and crosses his legs. I'll tell you where she went if you tell me what you're doing down here. It's not often we see human kids down here, he says with curiosity. To make a long story short, you explain, we were chased inside the waterfall, and we've got to find 3 pieces of gold for the king, or we'll be turned into slaves. Ooh, you must be scared, he whispers. No, I'm not scared at all, you say with confidence. Not scared at all, eh? Crosby says, his red eyes glimmering. Well, you're in luck. Look what I have here. Flip to page 71 to see what he's got. Adjust this just a little bit. That better? In Crombie's tiny fist are 2 little nuggets of shimmering gold. Wow, if you could get them from the troll, you'd be more than halfway done. I'll play you for the gold, Crombie bargains. Play what? Well, since you're not scared of anything, I'll ask you a question about something really scary. If you get the question right, you get the gold, and I'll show you where your friend is. So he does know about Zoe. He told us he knew about her. Okay. Well, what if I get the question wrong, you ask? Well, then I get to keep the gold and your friend. The troll has an evil glint in his eye. You see, I like to eat human beings. They're so chewy. If you lose, you have to help me carry Zoe to my kitchen. She's too heavy for me to carry by myself. He giggles in anticipation. You guys. I promise I don't have a troll kink. Maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know. No way to know. No way, you shout. You've never bet on your friend's life. But I'm afraid you have no choice, the troll whispers. How will you save her? You don't even know where she is. Crosby throws his head back and laughs. The troll is right. You must play. Go to page 15 to decide your fate and Zoe's. Crosby says, leaning up against the boulder. Let me think. Don't think for too long, you tell him, pulling the hourglass out of your pocket. I've only got 1/3 of a palooka left. Okay, if you're so brave, the troll says, then you must read lots of scary books. Have you ever heard of R.L. Stein? Of course, you shout. Your voice echoes down the hallway. You're a Goosebumps expert. You're going to ace this question. In the book, Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes, a vicious animal scares the lawn gnomes away. Is it a bat or a dog? Easy, you think to yourself. Either say, it was a bat, and flip to page 90, or say, it was a dog, and flip to page 30. So choose option 1 if you think it was the bat that scared the gnomes away, or choose option 2 if you think it was a dog that scared them away. Go ahead, everybody vote. So that is a book. I didn't have the book, but I did have the audio book for that one. So it's really funny because I was actually talking to my sister yesterday about how we had that book, because I remember the lawn gnomes were destroying the neighbors' cassava melons, but I do not remember what scared them away. So we still have about 20 seconds left to vote. Choose option 1 for a bat or option 2 for a dog. Looks like everybody's leaning towards dog. I'm like, see my cat over there, just in a basket, laundering herself. It's fine. Okay, everybody chose dog. We're going to say it was a dog and flip to page 30. I'm assuming we're right, but I don't know the answer. It was a dog. Joe and Mindy's dog, Buster, you say with confidence. You watch as the troll's face turns scarlet. His skin almost matches the fiery color of his eyes. No, 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 he screams. You mean I got it wrong? You gasp. No, you got it right. I made the question too easy. Excellent, you did it. Sorry, I get these things and I get distracted. Can we block these guys? Oh my gosh, I hate this. I hate this whole system is difficult. No, I'm so sorry. Things are opening and doing weird stuff on my... Okay. Okay, so excellent. You did it. No, 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 Crombie screeches, throwing his body on the ground and hammering it with his tiny fists. I haven't had a meal in 20 years, the troll moans. That's your problem. I won fair and square, you declare. Now show me where Zoe is and give me my gold. Why don't you give me one last chance? We could bet for another piece of gold, he wheedles. That way you would have all 3 and you could go free. You hesitate. I don't know. Come on, it'll be fun, he pleads. I'll ask you another R.L. Stine question. After all, time is running out. It's a hard call, but you've got to make a decision. I don't want to become famous. No. So the question is, do we bet for a 3rd piece of gold, or do we just grab Zoe and the 2 pieces of gold and run? So we'll bet again or run. And go ahead. Vote. Fame is all I wanted, you guys. That's it. Just want to be famous. I also believe that you two would get along super well in real life too, actually. We'll have to have like a Goosebumps fan party once things have cleared up a little bit with COVID. Oh, thank you. I worked real hard to, like, duplicate the lines. I feel like I did too many small lines and I should have done more bigger lines, but I don't know. Look at that, you guys. We tied. Can I get a tiebreaker? Is there anybody that did not vote? Thank you for saying I look cool. I was real nervous about doing this makeup too. And like when I first started, I like started painting like orange on my face, and then once I started putting the white on, it was like really really uneven looking and weird, and I was like, oh, I don't know how this is gonna go. But with a little bit more eyeshadow and then like the lines blurred out really well, so it's good. Okay, we are running. We're taking our friend and running. We'll find more gold. We are not getting eaten by this troll. We're going to page 38. I'm not going to risk Zoe's life on my bet, you answer. Now hand over my gold. The troll hands you the gold nuggets with tears in his eyes. He swivels around and pushes a piece of moss on the huge boulder behind him. The stone rolls to the side to reveal a closet. Zoe is sitting there on the ground with her arms crossed over her chest. He pushed me in here and locked me in, she yells. Quick, you say to her as you help her up. I won 2 pieces of gold, but we're running out of time. Zoe gets to her feet. Cronby kicks at the dust on the tunnel floor, looking disappointed. Wait just 1 second, Zoe says, lifting the troll up by his collar. I have to finish up something with this little guy. Zoe pushes Crombie into the closet and presses the moss button. That's what you get for trapping people, she shouts as the stone rolls into place. Come on, you shout. Together you race through the tunnel. You only need 1 more piece of gold. But where are you going to find it? Start by looking on page 34. Let's go back to that big tunnel and choose another direction, Zoe shouts as you race back the way you came. Okay, you pant. Sweat trickles down the back of your neck. We just need to find 1 more piece of gold, you exclaim, pulling the timepiece from your pocket and examining it. We've got about 1/4 of a palooka left. By the way, Zoe says, thanks for saving me from the troll. No problem, you answer. Finally, you reach the big branch of the tunnel. It's nice to be able to see well again. The lanterns that line the walls in the main tunnel flicker brightly. You glance down the tunnel in both directions. To the right, you see a tunnel that leads to a lot of little passageways. There are a lot of options that way, and it might be easy to get lost. To your left is 1 big tunnel that looks wet. If there's an underground stream, it would be the perfect place to search for gold, but it might be slippery. I love how I just slurred the word slippery. Not question mark pull. / pull. Okay, if you want to head for the group of tunnels, we'll choose option 1. If you want to head for the slippery tunnel, we'll choose option 2. It should be good. Go ahead. Let's vote. You know what I missed, you guys? The Everybody Votes channel on the Wii, where they would just ask you stupid questions and you could see people vote. That was the thing I really enjoyed, and I was kind of real sad when they discontinued it. Okay, we have about 20 seconds left to vote still. We can head for the group of tunnels on option 1, or we can head for the slippery tunnel for option 2. Oh my gosh, Stumble Upon, for real. I used that so much for years and years. It was insane. I was so about that. Yes. Um, Also, we chose to go the slippery tunnel route on page 12. Does Stumble Upon still exist? I have no idea if we just stopped using it or if it stopped existing. Let's take the tunnel that looks wet, you say to Zoe. There might be some sort of stream, and sometimes gold washes up down a stream. Good thinking, Zoe agrees. I'll go first. She steps cautiously into the slippery tunnel. Bam! She wipes out and starts sliding down the tunnel. Careful, she calls back to you as she slides down the chute. It's slippery! You have no choice but to follow her. So you take a flying leap and jump headfirst down the tunnel as if it were a water slide. Zoom to page 118. You shoot down the smooth and polished tunnel. The floor is covered by slimy, watery moss, and you're gaining speed. The sides of the chute are spotted with weird pink flowers growing in packs. They have thick, fleshy petals. They look like big tongues sticking out of the wall. Gross. You do everything you can to avoid them. When you see the biggest of the tongue flowers ahead of you, it hangs down in the tunnel, blocking your way. You fly at it head first and get stuck on it. It licks you. Yuck. You punch and kick at the disgusting flower, and finally you slip past it and land in a heap on the floor of a small room. In the center of the room is still a pool of water. Zoe is standing at the side of the pool, staring down into it. Took you long enough, she jokes. Check this out. I found our last piece of gold. The only question is, how do we get it out? Go to page 100 to find out. Right in the center of the pool is a nugget of gold as big as your fist. Not only that, but behind the pool you can see the main tunnel that leads right to the throne chamber. All you've got to do is grab the gold and race back to the king. Cool, you exclaim. Let's grab it and get this over with. You reach your hand out to snatch the gold from the pool. Snap! A fish jumps out of the water and nearly bites off your finger with its razor-sharp teeth. What was that? You cry. You bend over the water for a look. 100 or more fish are swimming in the pool. They have blind white eyes and sharp teeth that stick out of their mouths like pincushions. Their skin is clear too. You can see their insides as they thrash around. Get back, Zoe screams as another fish flies out of the water right at your face. Step back to page 56. Tiny fish jaws snap shut just inches from your nose. And then the piranha-like fish splashes back into the water. You take a moment to breathe deeply and check the timepiece in your pocket. Look, you say, holding up the hourglass. Our palooka is almost up. We've got to get that gold, and fast. I know, Zoe responds. While I was waiting for you, I tried to fish the gold out with a stick, but they ate the stick. She holds up a short, wet nub of a branch. You cast your eyes around the cave. The walls appear to be wet, but when you examine them more closely, you see little yellow specks scattered all over the walls. They're covered with slimy little yellow slugs. I have an idea, you exclaim. You pull your small army knife out of your back pocket. You unlace your shoe and tie the knife to the lace with the blade out. And then you carefully peel one of the slugs from the wall and place it on your homemade fish hook. We'll go fishing, you announce. But with bait like that, you might catch more than you bargained for. Turn to page 119 to see what you catch. Yeah, right, Zoe mumbles, rolling her eyes. We'll fish for piranha. That's only about 1 million fish in there. It won't take any time at all. You ignore her sarcasm and carefully look over the makeshift fishing hook into the pool. The piranha swarm around it, thrashing and fighting each other. The water boils with their whipping bodies, and then the piranha thrash out of the water, jumping all over you. You feel their sharp teeth on your arms and legs. "Help me," you cry to Zoe, brushing wildly at the deadly piranha. Zoe slaps the fish. One by one, they fall to the floor, flipping and thrashing around. You knock the last one off and stand there catching your breath. The piranha on the ground finally stop moving. "I can't believe it," Zoe whispers in amazement. "I didn't think they would attack me, but it actually worked. They're dead." "All except for one," Zoe remarks, pointing at the pool. "The mother of them all." Hook the big one on page 61. There's one huge fish left in the pool with the hunk of gold. The giant piranha is tearing through the pool with your makeshift fishing line streaming out of its mouth. "Check out the size of that guy," you exclaim. "He's enormous," Zoe agrees. You grab at your shoelace and yank the huge fish out of the water. Holding it away from your body, you set it down on the cave floor. The knife juts through its teeth. Cheek. I said teeth. It juts through its cheek. Zoe is wading through the empty pool, reaching for the gold, when you hear a tiny, gasping voice. "Set me free," it says. "The piranha is talking to you." "If you throw me back into the pool, I'll give you a wish," the fish burbles through its gaping mouth. "Is this fish talking?" you exclaim to Zoe. You almost don't believe it. "Come on, we don't have time for that," Zoe shouts, grabbing the gold. "We've got to make it back to the king. We have the gold he asked for. Just leave the fish and let's go." If you want to toss the fish back in the pond and make a wish, we'll choose option 1. If you race for the throne chamber instead, choose option 2. So our options are choose option 1, wish, or choose option 2, leave the fish behind. And go. I don't know, man. That fish gives us wishes. That seems pretty cool. Wish on the fish. Yeah. I mean, can't we just do both things? I feel like we should be able to do both things. We've got about 20 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to toss the fish back in the pond and make a wish, or option 2, to race for the throne chamber instead. We have chosen to wish on the fish. So we are going to page 105. Thanks. I'm trying really hard because it's not easy because I get caught in my lips. 105. And they're also like not molded quite right, so I feel like they're gonna fall out. It's like a nightmare. I'm like, my teeth are gonna fall out. But wait, Zoe. I could wish for more time, you say, stooping to pick up the slimy piranha. It's so slippery, it nearly drops out of your hands before you can get the hook out. You are so right, Zoe exclaims, spinning around. We can just wish ourselves right out of this mess. She steps back out of the pool. There you go, you murmur, as you ease the fish back into the water. The fish opens his mouth and a few bubbles escape. As the bubbles break the surface, his words drift up to you. What is it you wish for? I want to be out of this mess, you nearly shout. Take us back to our school group up in the jungle. The fish opens its mouth and a huge silver bubble pops up to the surface. The word granted echoes through the cave. Your head is filling with silver light and it spreads through your whole body. Flash. Fly to page 8. You are trampling through the jungle, following your classmates. Zoe is right behind you. You've been doing nothing but studying plants all morning. This is the most boring vacation ever. Oh no. Not only have you been zapped out of the cave, but you've also been zapped back in time. You're back to where you started. And everything you learned inside the mountain is starting to fade in your memory. It's as if the whole adventure never happened. Pretty soon, Mrs. Weedle will lead the class off in search of that funny flower, and you and Zoe will sneak away. Try to remember this. When the stone gargoyle catches you this time, head for the clearing instead. Now go back to page 1. Good luck. Oh, we have to start the book over. You guys. So does that count? I guess that just counts as a time loop and not an ending, right? Because there wasn't really an end. We were just forgetting what already happened. I'm going to say time loop. Time loop 1. We've got 2 endings and 1 time loop in so far. I am not going to start from the beginning again, though. We'll just keep working our way back the way we normally do. Otherwise, we're going to get real lost. Okay. So, we are going to leave the fish there and race for the throne chamber instead, going to page 130. Come on, page. Where you at? Okay. Sorry, fish guy, you shout over your shoulder. We've got to get back to the king. You splash through the pool and into the main tunnel. I can't believe we did it, Zoe exclaims. I know, you reply. I'll almost be glad to see Mrs. Weedle. The 2 of you race into the throne chamber. The king of the cave people is pacing on the top of the pyramid. Only a few grains of sand are left in his tremendous timepiece. We have your gold, you call to him. All the cave creatures gather around as you and Zoe climb the steps to the top of the pyramid. You kneel down in front of the king and pull Zoe down too. Both of you present him with the gold you found. I see you have brought me the gold I requested, he states in his booming voice. You can see your reflection in his globby eyes. His moss-covered face is serious and stern. I have just one question for you before I release you. Oh no. What more could he possibly want? Flip to page 70 to find out. The king stoops down, brings his face right up to yours. He places a rocky hand on your shoulder and gazes into your eyes. Did you go into my treasured jewel cave? He asks you gravely. What is he talking about? Zoe asks you. Tell the truth. Did you go into the jeweled chamber or not? If you did go in the jeweled cave, we choose option 1. If we don't even know what the king is talking about, we choose option 2. So, option 2 it is. We're going to page 106. Your Majesty, you address the king. I can honestly say I did not go into your jewel chamber. I believe you, the king says to you. And then he straightens up and speaks to all the cave dwellers. 3 cheers for the humans! The cave creatures shout, hip hip, hooray! They lift you down the pyramid and carry you out on their scaly shoulders. You grin at Zoe as the cave people carry you around the cavern. They place you down in front of a long table. Platters of rich and exotic food are stacked on the table. You realize sometime during the feast that you were supposed to rejoin your school group back in the jungle. But there's something about these cave dwellers that make you want to stick around. Maybe forever. It could be their cute fuzzy faces or their pretty glassy eyes, or Maybe it's the magic enslavement powder they sprinkled on your food. You and Zoe live with the cave people for so long that you don't even mind when moss grows on your face and your eyes turn to jelly. You're just one of the gang, Fuzzface. The end. Okay. That is 3 endings. That was kind of funny. That was cool. I'm okay with that. Where else can we go? I don't really want to do the jeweled case one because I feel like there's a different way that we gotta go to get to that. So we're gonna skip that part. So our next step back takes us to where we went down the slippery tunnel. And instead we are going to go to the tunnel that has all of the little branches coming off of it on page 109, where we will likely be lost in the cave forever. Let's head that way, you remarked, Zoe. Since there are so many little tunnels, we'll have a better chance of finding gold. Excellent, she agrees. You enter the tunnel. Small tunnels branch off like spokes on a wheel or a giant spider web. Let's split up, Zoe offers. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes. Okay, you agree. You both check the time on your watches. And if either of us gets lost, we'll just call out to each other. You got it. Zoe scrambles into a small tunnel to the left. You've only stepped a few feet into a different tunnel when you hear a heavy thud behind you. When you turn around, your mouth drops open in shock. You see 2 long, pointed feelers waving through the air. Your eyes are nearly popping out of your head. Scraping the top of the tunnel is a huge boulder held up by 2 big black pincers. And the pincers belong to a giant ant. And he's running at you. Full speed. Quick, bolt to 132. Ah! You cry as you run away from the ant. You hear its scuttling legs scratching the dirt behind you. The huge ant chases you farther and farther into the maze. Over your shoulder, you see its huge bug eyes and sharp pincers. The rock in its pincers must weigh a ton. If it can carry a boulder that big, it could probably snap your whole body in 2 with no problem at all. Ahead of you, the tunnel branches in 2. If you're wearing the color blue, we go left. If you're not wearing the color blue, we go right. So, what are you guys wearing? If you're wearing blue, we'll go left. No blue, we will go right. Go. It depends on how teal it is. I'm like, do I have a teal for an example? I don't. Grand Raggedy Teal. No. I wouldn't call it blue. I would call it teal. Great, we're tied now. Well, I didn't vote, so that's okay. I am not wearing blue, other than like 2 blue fingernails, so I'm not gonna count that because I'm talking clothes. So we're gonna go with no blue on page 127. You duck to the right. The ant takes the tunnel to the left. It wasn't chasing you at all. It was only doing what ants do, moving things around. Whew. You glance around at the new branch of the tunnel you've chosen. The walls glitter. There are fat gems stuck in the stone. Wow, you've never seen such beautiful gems before. The farther you go down the tunnel, the more gems there are. You continue down the passageway into a cave. Huge stalactites hang down from the ceiling, and they drip with jewels. Everywhere you look, light bounces off of the gleaming facets of precious gems. The walls are crusted with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds. You step around the stalagmites that protrude from the floor. Loose jewels are scattered by your feet. There must be gold in here somewhere. Search for gold on page 45. You dig around for gold on the floor, among the jewels. You can't resist slipping a few gems into your pockets. An emerald here, a diamond there. Soon, you've forgotten all about the gold, and Zoe, and everything but filling your pockets with jewels. You're focusing on collecting gems and daydreaming about giving your mom a 1,000-carat diamond. You don't notice that the walls of the cave are closing in on you. The rock formations hanging down from the ceiling fit with the ones sticking up from the floor, like a huge set of teeth. And those glittering teeth are chomping down on you. You glance up from your jewel collecting just in time. If you move quickly, there still may be just enough room to squeeze out the way you came. Of course, you'll have to empty your pockets of all those jewels to be sure you don't get snagged on a rock. Then again, maybe if you lie very low on the floor between two stalagmites, you won't get crunched, and then you could keep your treasure. Finders keepers, you'll be rich. It's your choice. So choose option 1 to drop the jewels and run. Choose option 2 to lay low. Okay. We've still got like about 20 seconds left to vote, you guys. We got 5 votes in out of our 12 viewers. Where's my happy medium here? Okay, we have chosen to lay low. Everybody voted for that, and that is the opposite of what I would have chosen, so I am genuinely surprised here right now. But we are going to lay low and wait for the chamber to open again on page 4 and hope we don't get crushed to death. No way you're going to throw away millions of dollars worth of jewels. You scrunch up as best you can and watch as the pointed rock formations inch closer and closer to you. Ouch! An emerald scrapes your shoulder. You huddle between the rocks, holding your breath. A giant diamond is coming straight for your head. 1 inch more, and you were history. You squeeze your eyes shut tight. With a screech, the walls stop closing in. Wow. Just in time to not crunch your head. You open your eyes. You try to move, but you can't. You're pinned in place by a fortune in jewels. You wait and wait, but the walls don't open up again. In fact, they are never open up again. You're trapped there. Forever. But look at the bright side. You've always wanted to die a millionaire. The end. That was 4 endings. Okay. So let's go see what the right option was. To drop the jewels and slip out on page 20. Watch us just still die anyway. I don't know. As fast as you can, you empty your pockets of the jewels. You're just small enough to slip out into the tunnel before the ceiling meets the floor with a resounding crunch. A spray of crunched jewels showers your back as you race down the tunnel to meet Zoe. You carefully slide the timepiece out of your shirt pocket. The palooka is nearly up. There's only about ½ an inch of sand in the glass. Not a second to lose. Zoe, are you there? You call out. I found the last piece of gold, she answers, but I don't know how to get it out. Zoe leads you down a tunnel into a small cave. A glassy pool of water is in the center of the cave, and right in the center of the pool you see it. I can't believe it, you exclaim. What do you see? Look closer on page 100. Right in the center of the pool is a nugget of gold as big as your fist. Okay, that was Time Loop 2. So now we can work our way back, and when on our way back, we can do the option where we went into the jeweled room, because we did. Okay, we are going to go back to where the ant is chasing us and see what happens if we were wearing blue on page 93. You take the tunnel to the left and run like crazy. Oh no, your sneaker is untied. You step on the lace and find yourself flying through the air. Crunch! You land in a heap on the floor. The ant drops the boulder to the ground. It skitters up to you and gingerly places one of its 6 feet on your body. With the press of its heel, it smushes you. The last thing you hear is the ant saying, "Ew, I hate these pink bugs. I've got to call the exterminator." Yuck. You have come to a very messy end. Okay, blue was not the way to go, apparently. So that is 5 endings. How about the next one is back to where we got the gold from the piranha place, and we left the piranha and went back to the king, and the king asked if we went into his treasured jewel cave. And this time we say yes, we did do that on 123. Well, to tell you the truth, you say hesitantly, yes, I did. As you see the king's face turn from gold to red, you start apologizing fast. You didn't say we couldn't go in there, you stammer. I didn't even know what the room was. I ended up there by mistake. I'm sorry. You and Zoe start backing away from the king. You step down the first few steps of the pyramid. Seize them, the king commands in a booming voice. That's not fair, you shout. Now what are you going to do? The cave creatures swarm forward, and they grab your arms and legs. Their hard, rocky hands hurt your skin. It feels as if they're going to rip you apart. Struggle to page 97. The cave creatures pull you between them. This is not a tug of war, you shout. Let go of me. A flash of light bursts from nearby, and the creatures instantly drop you. They moan in pain, covering their eyes. The bright light seems to be hurting their eyes. What is it, you wonder? And then you see Zoe standing there, grinning from ear to ear. She's holding a powerful mini flashlight. I totally forgot I had this, Zoe exclaims. Quick, let's get out of here once and for all. You make your way back through the waterfall. The gargoyle has given up guarding the pool. So you're able to rejoin the junior explorers. They almost left without you. Later that night, you and Zoe sit in your tent discussing your adventures. You suddenly remember that you still have the king's timepiece. You reach into your shirt pocket to find pocket to show Zoe. To your surprise, you find the hourglass and a handful of gems. They must have landed in your pockets when the jewel chamber crunched down and sprayed you with the rocks. You split the sparkling emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds with Zoe 50-50. Forget about being junior explorers. Now, you're junior millionaires. The end. Oh, that was good. Ooh, is 1, 2, 3 one of our celebratory pages? Should we celebrate? Cheers to 1, 2, 3. And cheers to a win ending. So I think that one's good. That was 6 endings. Okay. I feel like this book is pretty smooth sailing so far. Like pretty good run here, I feel like. Okay. So going back, our next step backwards is when it was asking us about the Goosebumps book. And we had answered his first question right about the, it was the dog that chased off the garden gnomes. And we had the option to bet for the third piece of gold from him or to just take our friend and leave. And we took our friend and left. So we are now going to say, sure, let's bet our friend's life to get this third piece of gold on page 114. Okay, you announce. I accept your challenge. Good, Cronby says. If you get it right, I will give you 3 pieces of gold, and you and Zoe will go free. If you lose, though, he rubs his hands together greedily. I get to keep both you and Zoe. Gulp. What's the question, you ask? In your head, you're trying to remember every Goosebumps book you've ever read. In a book called The Cuckoo Clock of Doom, there's a boy who has a little sister who's a real pain. Is her name Tara the Terrible or Tanya the Terror? That question is harder, but you know the answer. Hopefully. So we've got Tara the Terrible or Tanya the Terror. And it's Tanya with an A, which is weird, but okay, let's do this. We're voting. Tara the Terrible or Tanya the Terror? I did not have this book. I have no idea what the answer to this question is. Okay, halfway done voting. Would definitely name her Tanya with an O. Exactly! I went to type Tanya and I was like, wait, that's not how they spelled it. I thought Tanya with an A is weird. Oh. And that makes sense too. I think you're right. Either way. Am I peeling my nose off? So, we have decided that it is Tara the Terrible is the answer here. We are going to page 74. The little sister is named Tara the Terrible, you declare with pride. Ah! The troll jumps up and down. I can't believe it! You got it right again! You jump into the air. You did it! Hand over my gold, you command Crombie. With tears in his eyes, Crombie withdraws 3 fat nuggets of gold from his pocket of his little pants and hands them over to you. Next, show me where Zoe is, you direct. You check the timepiece. You still have about 1/5 of a palooka left. You follow him to the mouth of the tunnel where Zoe is sitting, all tied up. Crombie unties her and scurries away. I've got her gold, you exclaim. All right, she gives you a high five. How did you do it? You tell her the whole story on the way to the pyramid. You and Zoe reach the grand chamber as the last few grains of sand are about to fall through the hourglass. We've got the gold, you shout triumphantly. The king himself shows you out into the jungle. You safely meet up with the Junior Explorer Adventure Club. What an adventure it was. The end. Oh. So I guess that was a happy ending, but it was kind of a lame ending. But I feel like we still need to cheers to a happy ending. So that was 7 endings. Okay. So, how about Tanya, spelled wrong, the Terror, on page 32. What happens this way? It's Tanya the Terror, you declare with pride. Wrong, 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 Crombie shouts with glee. I win, I win. Man, it was perfect to paint my face orange to yell wrong at everybody today. You get a sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. So does Crombie, soon enough. Except that his stomach, what's sinking is you and Zoe. Dun dun dun. The end. There was like no details on being eaten by this troll. Sorry, my lips I feel like are peeling off now and it's really irritating and I keep trying to like bite it to fix it and then I keep biting my lips with these fangs and this is just like there's just a whole thing happening, you guys. Just like a whole thing. It's fine. Everything's fine. We've got 8 endings. Cool, cool. Okay. Keep it going. We are back to the first question that Crombie asked us. Yes, the first question he asked us. And we chose a dog, and we are going to choose the bat and go to page 90, which we know is the wrong answer, but we'll see what happens here. It was a bat, you say with confidence. Wrong! The troll screams. He's delighted. It was a dog. I win. Now I'm going to have kid stew and roast child and girl casserole. But I was sure it was a bat, you insist. It was not a bat, Crombie yells. Not a bat. It was a big bat, you insist. A big bat. Crombie makes it into a little song. Not a bat, not a bat, not a bat. His voice gets louder and louder, rising in pitch until it's a screech. As he sings his awful song, another sound fills the tunnel as well. It's a fluttering sound. A whoosh. Crombie's screeches fade away as the flapping gets louder and louder. A giant, hairy bat lands on top of the boulder. Okay, I love that I did not see that coming. And then we're like, it's a bat. And he's like, there's no bat. We're like, no, it's a bat. That was solid. That was solid, you guys. Quick, flip to page 17. You can't believe your eyes. The bat is the most hideous thing you've ever seen. Its wings are folded around its hairy brown body. It has enormous ears that are so thin you can see the veins running through them. Two beady black eyes are watching you and Crombie carefully. The bat opens its mouth and talks. What did you say about me? Oh no, Crombie shouts. I wasn't talking to you. I heard you, the bat says. You said naughty bat. I wasn't talking to you, I swear, Crombie stammers. I'll teach you to call people names, the bat squeaks. I guess I'll just be going, you mutter, trying to slip away. Oh, no, you don't, the bat squeaks, turning to you. I heard you call me Bad Bat. You try to argue with the bat, telling it that you just said Big Bat, but bats seem to think they have really good hearing. So much for that theory. But one thing this bat does have is very good teeth. Too bad for you and Crombie. The end. This bat is hilarious. This bat is my favorite character in the book so far. Get together for Goosebumps party. You're bringing girl casserole. Yes, please bring girl casserole. We'll have to do just Goosebumps food, so make sure to write that down so we don't forget. Okay, that was 9 endings. Okay. So we are back to where we were climbing out of the tunnel. And we decided to set the timepiece on that little shelf, and it turned it into a slide where we went back down. Or we had the choice to just continue to escape and keep the timepiece. So we are going to see what happens if we decide to keep the timepiece with us on page 9. Zoe's right. What do you owe that nasty cave king anyway? He tried to make you slaves. Forget I even brought it up, you mumble. You slip the timepiece back into your pocket and keep climbing. A few more feet up the stone ladder, and you and Zoe reach the surface. How sweet the fresh air smells. You hope you never see another cave in your life. Together, you and Zoe find your way back to the Junior Explorers. They're not too hard to find. They're making so much noise, talking and shouting. Mrs. Weedle was upset because nobody found the rare flower. But it seems like the other kids had fun. You keep the timepiece hidden during the rest of the day, up until dinner, when you inspect it by the light of your lantern. Should I keep it or sell it, you ask yourself. You hold the pretty hourglass up to the soft lantern light. And that's when you hear the sounds of hands fumbling to open the flaps of your tent. Zoe, you call. Is that you? No, comes a gruff whisper. You recognize that voice. It's the king of the cave people. Race to 121. The king opens the tent flaps and sticks his head in. He sneers at you. Your heartbeat quickens as you stare at the slimy, mossy face of the king. How did he find you, you wonder? What is he gonna do? The hourglass in your hands feels as if it's made of ice. You try to hide it behind your back, but the king sees it. Give me my timepiece, he commands. Shaking from head to foot, you pass him the beautiful little hourglass. With a flash, the king tosses a handful of powder on you and vanishes. Coughing, you wave your hand in the air. You're choking on the gritty dust. Choking and shivering and getting cold. Very cold. Dead cold. Maybe it's because the king scared you so much? Or maybe it's just the chilly jungle breezes in your tent? Or maybe it's because you're turning to stone. You'll be famous when they find your stony body in the morning. You'll be a regular rock star. The end. 10 endings. That was okay. Not a good ending, but it was an ending. Okay. I guess... So it's like 9 o'clock now, and we're 10 endings in, so we should maybe take a break now. Because our next step back is going, instead of taking the ladder up, it's taking the tunnel going... Or wait, no. Let's wait. The tunnel going down, because I think we already went to that page. I think this is a time loop. Hang on. We're not doing it yet. We're close. So, if we take the tunnel that goes down instead of the ladder up, we go to 14. And I think it already sent us here. Let's take the tunnel that goes down, you say. You pull the timepiece out of your pocket to check it. Hurry, we've only got 2/3 of a palooka left. This tunnel is not as well lit as the other one. Yes, definitely a time loop. Okay, so that is out of the way. What are we at? Is that our third time loop? Yes, time loop 3. Thank you. Okay, so next step back. Okay, now the option is to listen to what the king has to say or just run for it. So now we will actually, because there's going to be options here, we'll actually take a quick break here. So yes, I'm going to say it's 9:01. I'm not in desperate need of a break tonight. So let's just say at 9:10 we will be back and do the second half of the book. So peace out, do your business, be right back. I got 10 viewers. Hopefully we still have 10 viewers in the next 9 minutes when we come back. here. Slash, I fix my lips and text some people. What did you guys do? Hopefully, the business. Okay. One more second. Okay, so I said where we were at and I forgot, but now we're going back. So, we came into the cave and met the Cave King, and this is before he told us he wanted the gold. So we just were in there and like, hey, what is this? And we're just gonna be like, whoa, these guys with these big smushy eyes are real weird, and we are gonna just run away instead. And that's us on page 131. Quick, Zoe, follow me, you shout. You spin around and duck to the left, speeding past the cave people. No way are you gonna stick around and introduce yourself to a gang of underground mutants. You hear them grunt in surprise as you run by them. Zoe is right behind you. You see a small tunnel off to the side of the great chamber. The tunnel is brightly lit. A good sign. You barrel through the tunnel. Run, Zoe yells, panting. They're right behind us. It's true. You can hear them grunting to each other as they chase you. Ahead of you, the tunnel grows brighter and brighter. It's almost as bright as daylight. Maybe the tunnel leads to the outside. Zoe shouts, a door, and then points off to the right. A small blue door is cut into the side of the tunnel. Maybe the door leads outside. You can try the door, or you can just go straight. Either way, you'd better move fast. The cave creatures are gaining on you. Okay, so do you want to continue straight? Or do you want to try the blue door? Question is question mark. Okay, and go ahead and vote. Now that I just keep staring at Martha's comments here on the business, doing the business, all I can think of is Flight of the Conchords and their song It's Business Time, which is probably my favorite Flight of the Conchords song. Yeah, just a really great song in general. So now I'm just here thinking, it's business time. So okay, we got 3 votes for the blue door. We are going to page 40. Let's try the door, you shout to Zoe. You grab the handle of the blue door and twist it with all your strength. It pops open and you and Zoe slip inside. I was totally waiting for us to grab the door handle and it just be like, not open for us. You slam the door behind you. Bang! The creatures strike at the door in anger. Bang! You're in a very dark room. It's not very big either. You can see dimly by the torchlight flooding under the door. Where are we? You ask Zoe. I don't know, but at least we're away from these sponge-headed freaks, she answers. Bang! The creatures pound on the door. They want in. I can't believe we got away from them, you add. I thought for sure we were history. Don't worry, Zoe remarks. We may still be history. Haha, very funny, you answer. How could she be sarcastic at a time like this? Bang! Bang! The cave creatures slam on the door. This place gives me the creeps, Zoe declares. Me too, you say. You feel chilled to the bone. You turn your head and see a flash of movement. Who's there, you ask nervously. Good question. The answer lies on page 92. You strain to see what is in the room with you. Slowly, your eyes adjust to the dimness. Bang! The cave creatures are still trying to get in. You see a face ahead of you. It's Zoe. Or at least Zoe's reflection? And it's broken up into 1,000 little pieces, like you're gazing into one of those mirrored balls. Bang! Crack! The creatures are breaking down the door. You see your own reflection too, 1,000 times over. Weird, you think. What is it? And then you freak out as you realize what it is you're staring at. The eye of a spider. A giant burrowing tarantula, to be exact. The door bursts open and the creatures rush in. Look out, they cry. Be careful. You turn back to the giant spider. It's covered in thick brown hairs. Its pincers snap open and closed. The spider looks hungry. You take 3 steps towards the door, but it's too late. With one sweep of its long, hairy forearms, the spider gathers you and Zoe up. It wraps you in thick strands of silk. We tried to warn you, the cave creatures say sadly. You want to say thanks anyway, but you're kind of busy. In fact, you're really tied up. Because this is the bitter end. Ooh, 11 endings. Okay. Man, this book was like brand new but old. So like as I started opening it, like it's like opening it more to read, it's like the binding is like cracking all through this whole book, which is really sad. Okay. So we are not going to try the blue door this time because we don't like spiders. Do you stick to the tunnel? Keep going to page 134. Let's stick to the tunnel, you yell to Zoe as you race from the cave people chasing you. The light in the tunnel is so bright that you're sure that you and Zoe are about to reach an exit. In another minute, you'll be back in the jungle, and then you can go and find Mrs. Weedle and the rest of the kids. You glance behind you. The cave people and your trail are closing in. You reach a ledge. The exit must be just beyond it. Kicking and pulling, you manage to hoist yourself up to the next level. Zoe does the same. A blast of hot air greets you. Spread before you both is a pool of molten lava. Quick, turn to 102. Oh no, you cry. It can't be. The stone people are closing in fast, and you're stuck on a ledge in front of a pool of molten lava. You've reached the center of a volcano. What are we going to do? Zoe asks, grabbing your arm. Panic is in her eyes. We could try to fight them, you suggest. Maybe they're not as tough as they look? The cave creatures are approaching slowly. They're watching to see what you'll do. Sweat is washing down your face and neck. You glance around the hot cave looking for options. You see that behind the lava pool, the tunnel continues. Maybe we could try to get around the edge of the pool you offer. It seems pretty dangerous, Zoe says. Bubbles of scalding air pop at the surface of the pool of fiery red and orange molten rock. Yeah, but so do they, you answer, nodding towards the angry cave creatures. If you want to try and fight the cave creatures, we're going to choose option 1. Or if you want to try and work your way around the edge of the lava pool instead, we'll choose option 2. So choose option 1 for fighting and option 2 for lava. Go ahead. Yeah, this book is like pretty interesting so far. I mean, I did like last week's book because it was about ghosts, and I really like ghosts. But I feel like our choices here are like pretty interesting so far, and I really like the books where we're like on an island or like adventuring like outside in like the wilderness and stuff. Those ones, like, I don't know, they're just a little different, you know? Like, the options are more interesting, I think. Okay, we have chosen the lava pit. So we are going to try and work our way around the edge of the lava pool instead on page 55. You guys remember that internet video that was called 55? That was... I really want to say that it was a great video. It really was not a great video, but it like will forever live in my heart as like one of the first like hilarious internet videos I watched as a youth. Let's try to go around the lava, you say to Zoe. The lava pool bubbles and hisses at you. It sends a spooky orange glow up over your face. You and Zoe step carefully to the side of the lava pool. But your sneaker slips. You flail your arms wildly. Zoe reaches out and pulls you towards her, just in time. You look down at the gooey, melted rubber heel of your sneaker. Gosh, thanks, Zoe, you say. You saved my life. I guess you owe me big time, she says with a smile. We better keep going before those cotton-headed freaks figure out how to follow us. The two of you make your way past the bubbling lava and through a narrow tunnel that opens into a big, torchlit cavern. You've gone in a circle. The cave creatures cheer and laugh as they surround you again. They grab you by the arm and lead you back before King Cottonhead on his pyramid throne. Turn to page 135. Oh, we were just on 135. And then 135 takes us to 116. Okay, so that was time loop 4. We are going to, I guess, fight the cave people. Also, do you guys notice my cute little shrunken head in the back here? You can thank Mike Campbell for leaving that at my house. Fighting the cave people on page 19. Get back, you shout, turning to face the cave creatures. Yeah, yells Zoe. Get lost! You pick up a stone and hurl it at the creatures. It hits one of them right in the head. Wah! It wails. Zoe throws a rock. The cave creatures turn and run like crazy. They're bawling like babies. Yes, you exclaim. We did it, Zoe shouts. You turn to her and give her a high five. Now, let's get out of here before we melt, you say. For real, Zoe agrees. I'm so sweaty, you could pour me into a bucket. Race to page 86. I feel like that was another good quote from this book. I'm like, is this just a WAP reference now? We had like the sexualized troll and then like the lava WAP. We've got to find our way out of these tunnels, you exclaim, checking your watch. You and Zoe have the same kind of big, clunky, waterproof watches. They are indestructible. And they come with little watch face lights, just perfect when you're stuck in a cave, like right now. It's 2:45, you declare. We've got to make it back to the Junior Explorers by 3. Let's take this big tunnel over here, Zoe gestures towards a wide, round tunnel. I think we should head this way, you insist, pointing to a small burrow in a patch of soft earth near the floor of the tunnel. The hole is just big enough for you to fit through. It looks as if some kind of animal created this hole. It could lead to the surface. I know, Zoe says. Why don't we each go and explore a little? We can cover twice as much ground that way, and we'll meet up in a few minutes to report what we found. Great idea. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes. You check your indestructible watch one last time. I have a very good feeling about this tunnel. You couldn't be more wrong. Squeeze on through to page 22. I feel like the watch is going to fail because they had said how many times they said it was indestructible, like a ton of times. And I'm like, is it really? Okay, 22. You get down on your hands and knees in front of a small dirt tunnel. Good luck, Zoe says. I hope you find the way out. See you in 5 minutes. Here goes nothing, you say as you start tunneling through the hole. You crawl on your belly through the dark passageway. Rich earth from the sides of the tunnel cover your whole body. It's caked all over your face and jammed under your fingernails. Finally, you squeeze out of the tunnel with a plop. You're outside in the jungle. The problem is, you're in some kind of pit. Steep, square walls go up about 15 feet. It's great to be out of the cave and all those dark, winding tunnels, but am I really better off now than I was before? You wonder while you're staring at the smooth walls of the pit. You've got a tough decision to make. Should you go back for Zoe now? Your 5 minutes are almost up. Or should you try to get out of the pit first to make sure you can get out? Okay. We're going to choose option 1 to go back for Zoe. Or choose option 2 to try getting out first. Okay. And go ahead and vote. Okay, we've got 3 votes so far out of our 8 viewers. Option 1 is to go back for Zoe, or option 2 is to try and get out of the pit first before going back for her. We've got maybe 10 seconds left to vote if you have not yet. Okay, we had chose to try getting out of the pit first. We are going to page 80. You stand with your hands on your hips and check out the pit. Now, how am I going to get out of this pit, you think? And why would someone dig a big hole in the middle of the jungle anyway? You take 2 steps back. Maybe you can jump up and get a handhold of the bank of the pit. As you land, as your foot lands, you hear a loud crunch, and the crunch extends into a ghostly rattle. The sound makes the hairs on the back of your neck prickle. A spooky breeze sweeps over you. There's something moving behind you.
I'm not sure.
Stop. That's just my Alexa over there doing her own thing. The sound makes the hairs on the back of your neck prickle. A spooky breeze sweeps over you. There's something moving behind you. It sounds as if it might be a bunch of old bones. You turn around very slowly and very carefully. Turn to page 126. You're faced with the skeleton of a tiger. This pit must be an old tiger trap, you think. Your knees feel as if they might give way. The bones of the tiger are frail and decaying, but they glow with a ghostly iridescence. The tiger's tail whips from side to side, clattering like a rattlesnake. It opens its giant jaws to roar at you, but no sound rushes out. The tiger has no voice. All you hear is the tiger's tail rattling in the wind. That and the frantic beating of your heart. The tiger steps towards you. One paw looks even more crushed than the rest of them. That must be the one you stepped on. It rips through the air with its claws. You step backwards. Crunch. Rattle. Looks like you've awakened the bones of another tiger. Hope you've got guts. It's 2 against 1. Quick, flip to 25. You're trapped in a pit with 2 tiger skeletons. They circle you slowly. The wind whistles through their bones. Their jaws snap open and closed. You can tell they're dying to take a bite out of you. They don't have stomachs, so you figure they can't really eat you, but they still have all their teeth. You back into the corner, being careful not to step on any more bones. The tigers approach, their tails clicking softly as they lash from side to side. You remember an old jungle movie you once saw. The hero sang to a wild tiger and put it to sleep. Maybe that would work for a tiger's skeleton, too. Or maybe you could leap up on one of the tiger's heads and make a jump for the edge of the pit. You're pretty athletic. Either way, you have got to act quickly. If you want to sing a song for the tigers, then you'll choose option 1. Or if you want to make a jump for it, we will choose option 2. And vote is on. Oof. Sorry, I can't sit in a chair like a normal human being. This is a long time to sit in the same chair, so I just need to. There we go. I hope y'all are voting. I got 2 votes. There should be more than 2 votes, I think. Okay, we got 3. There's still probably about 15 seconds left to vote. Option 1, to sing a song for the tigers to calm them down. Or option 2, to make a jump for it. Okay, we have decided to sing a song to the tigers on page 117. Row, row, row your boat, you sing. The tigers cock their heads at you and listen. It's working. Gently down the stream. Your voice wavers. Why can't you think of the words to any good songs? As you sing, the tigers tap their paws and seem to enjoy the music. Cool. You made friends with them. Okay, guys, you say, I'll just be going now. I feel like this is the second time in this book that you've said that, like, really, like, casually awkward. Like, I'm just gonna head out. You grab onto some roots sticking out of the clay and try to lift yourself up. Immediately, the tiger skeletons rip at the air with their claws. You jump away from the razor-sharp nails. Row, row, row your boat, you sing until the tigers settle down again. Gently down the stream. You found 2 real music lovers, and you're stuck with them? forever. As long as you never stop singing, everything will go just merrily, 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 merrily. The end. Okay. That was ending number 12. Ooh, that would have been a better song. I could have sang that one better too. 12 endings. It is the song that never ends, though. That's true. And, like, this is a kid in 1996, so, like, he should know that song for sure. Okay, so instead of singing to the tigers, not lions, I will try to make a jump for it on page 59. Hi-ya! You shout, bounding up onto the skull of the nearest tiger. Your sneaker barely touches its decrepit skull when the entire skeleton collapses to the ground. Crash! You land in a tangled heap of tiger bones. Ouch! It feels like you twisted your leg. And you can't move your arm. The other tiger pounces on you. But since you now know how flimsy they are, you kick its skeleton to pieces with one blow of your good leg. You won't have to worry about those tigers anymore. But getting out of this pit is another story. Your arm is turning numb, and your leg feels like somebody is holding a blowtorch to it. You aren't going anywhere. You yell for help, but by the time somebody finds you, it'll be hard to tell your bones from the tiger's. Make no bones about it, this is the end. Lucky number 13. Endings. Okay. We are now where we exited our tunnel into the pit. We chose to try getting out of the pit before searching for Zoe, going back for Zoe. So we are going to go back for her first this time on page 113. Maybe we can bring her back to the tiger skeletons. I'd better go get Zoe now, you think to yourself. It would be terrible to leave your friend stuck in the mountain. You crawl into the damp earthen tunnel again. You have dirt crusted in your hair. It's all over your clothes. It's even in the soles of your sneakers. All of a sudden, you bump into something. Something that wasn't in the tunnel before. Something soft. You poke at it with one hand. It pushes back against you. You try to crawl backwards through the hole, but it's useless. So that's who made this tunnel, you think. A giant earthworm. And unfortunately, this worm is no ordinary giant earthworm. It's a carnivorous night crawler, one of many rare species that live in the jungle. Normal earthworms take dirt in through one end, mash it up, and squirt it out the other end. This worm eats people. It sucks you in, mushes you up, and squirts you out the other end. Okay, I really like that one, you guys. Just squishes us up and squirts us out the other end. Oh, that was a good ending. Okay, we are back to very early in the book where we met the gargoyle and we decided to try and jump into the water to escape him. And this time we're going to try and fight him with the stick. And we're going to page 112. Grr! The stone creature opens its mouth to roar. You see rows and rows of white stone teeth like sharp rocks. You tighten your grip on the stick and prepare to fight. Don't be crazy, Zoe shouts from the pool. He's much too big for you. Too late for that now. The gargoyle pounces, flying through the air. Rip! Its cold stone claws tear through the material of your shirt as it pushes you down. The stone beast pins you to the ground by your shoulders. It sticks out its tongue and licks your face. Ah! You scream in pain as the rough surface of the tongue scrapes across your cheek. Over and over and over again. Looks like he's got you licked. The end. "15 endings." Okay, we are back to the very first ending in the book. So we're going to start down path number 2. We got a whole another half of the book left, you guys. Okay. Okay, so when we first, even before that, when we first met the gargoyle, we had the choice to run down into the clearing that had sticks and stones in it, or we could go towards the water, and we went towards the water. So we're going to the clearing with the sticks and stones this time on page 11, which was also the hint that we were given at some point when we got turned around earlier in the book. The stone beast is right behind you. "This way, Zoe," you call as you race down the path that leads to the clearing. You know you can scare the gargoyle with heavy sticks and stones you see on the ground. Roar! The beast's voice explodes through the jungle. Birds send out warning calls to each other, and your heart races even faster than your feet. You stumble into the clearing. The ground is covered in fine green grass. The sticks on the grass are all about the size of baseball bats. What? Oh, there's like big sticks. I was like, how is the grass fine but also the size of baseball bats? "Quick," Zoe shouts to you. "Grab a stick." She already has armed herself with a heavy club from the ground. Out of the corner of your eye, you see a high table off to the side. Some weird little balls are hanging off the tabletop. But you don't have time to check them out. Instead, you reach down and pick up a stick and a nice softball-sized stone. You spin around to face the beast. Growling deeply, the gargoyle bares its teeth. It rips through the air with 5 razor-sharp claws, and then it pounces into the clearing. Turn to page 48 and get ready to rumble. The beast takes 2 steps towards you and Zoe, when suddenly it gives a yelp and starts to tremble. The gargoyle stops looking like a fierce monster and more like a scared puppy dog. It looks terrified. Whining, and with its tail between its legs, the gargoyle backs up and runs away. You're so shocked, you drop your club. "I can't believe it," you shout to Zoe. "What happened?" "It looks like it was afraid of something," Zoe exclaims. "Maybe it can't go into direct sunlight, or maybe it's afraid of grass." "Haha, very funny," you retort as you cast your eyes around the clearing. That's when you notice the wooden table you glanced at before. You get a funny feeling about it. Maybe the gargoyle was afraid of this table, you wonder, aloud as you stroll over to the ancient table. "What's so scary about a table?" Zoe asks sarcastically, pushing her heavy brown bangs out of her eyes. "I don't know," you shrug. You bend down to examine the enormous wooden table. That's when you realize that the table is decorated with shrunken heads. Shrunken human heads. Like this guy, like my friend over here. Race to page 110. "Zoe," you yell. "There are shrunken heads on the table." "Let me see." Zoe bends down next to you. The table is made out of old, cracked wood. A basket on the tabletop overflows with bananas, oranges, and pears. The little heads hang off the tabletop by red strings. Their skin is wrinkled and yellow, almost like old, dried-up apples. Each head has a surprised expression on its tiny face. Too creepy, Zoe exclaims. Let's not stick around. I agree, you say. I wanted to have an adventure, but having my head shrunk wasn't exactly what I had in mind. You start to stand up and walk away from the strange table when you smell something delicious. It smells fantastic. What's that smell, you ask Zoe. It's the weird fruit in that basket, she replies. You turn back to the table. The fruit smells so good, you can't believe it. It's the most wonderful scent you've ever smelled in your life. Your mouth starts to water. You can almost taste the sugary flavor of the fruit on your tongue. You have to have some of that fruit. You don't care what else you do, but you have to taste that fruit. You reach out with your hand and pick up a beautiful green pear, and you sink your teeth into it. Quick, turn to page 65. You chew on the pear that you took from the basket on the table. It's delicious, cool, and sweet. The pear juice dribbles down your chin. I can't believe you did that. It's always a little crazed. You don't know where this fruit came from. It could be poisoned or something. Maybe all these people ate the fruit, she gestures to the shrunken heads. I couldn't help myself, you explain, taking another greedy mouthful. It smells so good. I couldn't resist. I don't think it's poisoned, you assure her. It tastes too good to be poisoned. But only moments later, after you swallowed the second pulpy mouthful of pear, you start to feel dizzy. The ground begins to twist under your feet. The trees loom over you, casting twirling shadows down on you. The leaves on the trees are doing pirouettes. Zoe's face is spinning. What's happening to you? You hear her desperate cry. Spin to page 94. Can you hear me? Are you okay? Zoe asks anxiously. Leaning over you. You fall into the ground. The pear rolled out of your hand and is sitting in the grass. It feels as if a bomb went off inside your head. Your whole body feels sore and a little tingly. I think I'm okay, you say to Zoe. But instead of words, what comes out is a blubbery howl. Oh no, Zoe cries in horror. I can't believe it. Her eyes look as if they might pop out of her head. She is pale and trembling. You move towards her. You want to tell her everything's okay, but she backs away. And then Zoe, your best friend in the whole world, turns away from you and runs, screaming, into the jungle. Zoe, wait, you try to call out, but you just make more disgusting bleeding sounds. Your throat is filled with some kind of goop that keeps you from speaking clearly. Why would she run away like that, you wonder? She looked really scared, as if I were a monster or something. And that's when you see your hands and let out a scream of your own. Your skin has changed. Find out how on page 136. And 136 is the last page in the book. Cheers. You look down at your hands. What used to be soft, pink skin is now rubbery gray flesh. Thin, transparent webbing connects each of your fingers, and each finger ends in a sharp claw. How could this have happened? You have turned into a monster. You reach up to feel your face. It's different than it used to be. Instead of a nose, you feel two little air holes, and your eyes have grown. They're huge. You blink, and two clear flaps of skin skim over the surface of your gigantic eyes. A spiky ridge juts out of the top of your head, like a scaly mohawk. Before you can even ponder what to do next, you hear the sound of someone walking through the jungle. You don't think it's Zoe either. she took off in the other direction. Who could it be? Maybe it's someone who could help. Somebody who put the basket of fruit there and hung those shrunken heads. Maybe they would know how to get you back to normal again. Then again, looking like you do, maybe you should hide. They're coming closer. You can hear them humming. Quick, make up your mind. We'll choose option 1 to get the help from the person who is coming, or choose option 2 to hide. Once I can load this up. Get help or hide. And
playing from Amanda's iPhone.
oh, thank you, Alexa. The vote is on, you guys. Oof. Man, my colors are like all out of whack up here. It's kind of weird. Sorry, watch me get resettled in this chair like 40 times. That's all my stream actually is watch me sit uncomfortably in a chair for 4 hours. Also, top news stories that my Apple Watch just informed me of is that the FDA has authorized the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine. So, that's a cool thing. Okay, we have decided to get help from whoever is in the clearing with us. Turn to page 7. You stand in the clearing, waiting for the person who's coming closer. The sound of leaves rustling grows louder. You cross your legs and smile, trying not to look scary. When we look like this. You hope that whoever it is will help you. Ben, one of the kids from the Junior Explorer Adventure Club, bursts into the clearing. It looks as if he's reading some kind of a comic book or pamphlet. He keeps glancing down at his book and then back up, as if he's looking at a map. At first, Ben doesn't even notice you. You realize, talking with Zoe, you remember talking with Zoe about him. He's a real bookworm and kind of a geek. His red hair is tousled and his glasses are slightly crooked. Freckles cover his entire face. Ben sees the table and rushes over to it in excitement. You clear your throat a bit to let him know you're there. Ben spins around from the table. His eyes grow big as he stares at you. He stares at your clothes, your sneakers, your terrifying face, your gruesome claws. Dropping the pamphlet, Ben points at you. You're... I know who you are, he stutters, and I know how you got that way. Catch up with Ben on page 21. How does this kid know about me? You're one of the kids from my Junior Explorer Club, aren't you? Ben asks as he steps over to you. You must have snuck away from the group just like I did. You're so glad he's not scared of you. Yes, you managed to say. The goop in your throat is sliding away. Or maybe you're just learning how to speak through it. And I'll bet you came into this clearing, saw this table, ate one of the magical fruits from that basket, and it turned you into a fish monster. You fell right into their trap, he declares. Suddenly, Ben lifts his nose and sniffs the air. A dopey smile spreads over his face. As if in a trance, he stumbles to the table and grabs a banana from the basket. He holds it close to his nose and inhales the delicious odor. You know just what he's feeling. No, Ben, you shout. Don't eat the fruit. Your voice still comes out all froggy. Ben peels the banana. If he eats it, he'll probably turn into a monster too. Try to stop him on page 79. Don't eat it, you shout to Ben as he lifts the banana to his mouth. He has an odd, dreamy expression on his face. You step up to him and knock the banana out of his hand. At first, Ben looks furious that you smash the banana away from him. His face turns red. And then he looks puzzled and shakes his head, as if you're waking from a dream. Thank you, Ben says. You broke the spell. What spell? You managed to croak. What are you talking about? This fruit is enchanted. It was left here by a tribe of medicine men. It is all explained in this pamphlet I got at my hotel. It's called The Myth of the Muglani. Go to page 46 to find out more about the Muglani. Ben's booklet explains why you have turned into a monster. Maybe with his help, you can become human again. The Muglani are a tribe of medicine men. You know, witch doctors, Ben explains. They leave this enchanted fruit out here so that people will come and be turned into strange creatures. They don't like people. The Muglani want to turn all people into animals or monsters. Does it say anything about how to undo the spell? You ask Ben in your hoarse voice. It says in the pamphlet that there's a legendary fruit that can undo the Muglani magic. It's called the Fireheart fruit. Ben reads from his booklet. I remember a tree that Mrs. Weedle showed us that had fruits that looked like little red hearts. Maybe that's the one, you tell Ben excitedly. Will you help me find it? Of course, Ben says good-naturedly. After all, you saved me from eating that magic banana. We'd better hurry, you declare, glancing at your watch. It's already 2:20. We've got to get back by 3 or Mrs. Weedle will kill us. Which direction was the tree you saw? To the left or to the right? Ooh, we gotta flip a coin. Who has a coin they want to flip for us? Who's got the coin? Dang, I got a coin. I paid in cash and got a $1 coin today. But it's in my car. Okay, tails. So, flip a coin. If it lands on heads, go left. If it lands on tails, go right. So we are going to take the right path. If I can get a sticky in here. On page 103. I think the tree is this way, you say, turning to the right. I hope we can find it in time. You lead Ben through the dense jungle. The air is hot and damp. Soon you're soaked with sticky sweat. Your new monster skin is gross and goopy. It even starts to stick to the leaves as you part them with your webbed fingers. You take a step to go around a huge rubber tree plant when one of the broad, shiny leaves bounces right into your face. It sticks to your skin, blinding you. You stumble forward. Look out, Ben cries. Watch your feet. Too late. You feel your foot sink down into some kind of hole. Sink down to page 27. You pull the gummy leaf off your face. Your leg is stuck fast in some kind of hole. Blinking to clear your eyes, you gaze down at your foot. That's when you see that the hole you just stepped in is no ordinary hole. It's a giant anthill of enormous red ants. Pull your leg out before the ants get mad, Ben advises, and hurry up. We've got to find the Fireheart tree. I can't pull my foot out. It's stuck, you exclaim. You pull with all your might. Bending down, you scrape at the anthill with your sharp new claws. You huff and wheeze with the effort, but it's no good. The red ants begin to swarm around your ankle. Quick, Ben, you shout. Grab that stick and try to dig my leg out. You nod your head towards a big stick on the ground. I don't know if that'll work, Ben says. Maybe I should pour some water from my canteen onto the ants. That would drown them. What do you want me to do? If you want to have Ben dig your leg out with the stick, we'll choose option 1. Or if you want to try and have him drown the ants, we'll choose option 2. I feel like my eyes don't work anymore. Did it go? It's going. There's a poll going. It's going. Vote. Hurry, vote. Option 1, have Ben dig your leg out with a stick. Or option 2, have him try and drown the ants with his canteen. We've got probably about 20 seconds left to vote still, you guys. Option 1, dig out your leg with a stick. Option 2, drown the ants with the canteen. Okay, we chose to dig it out. We're going to page 60. Please help me dig my leg out, Ben, you shout. If we try to drown them, it could just make them madder. Okay, Ben answers. He picks up the stick on the ground, kneels down carefully, and prods the anthill. As Ben digs, the ants scurry to and fro. They're bright red with tiny pincers. You stare and stare at them. You're feeling very hungry all of a sudden. Before you can stop yourself, your tongue shoots out. Your tongue is huge, long, and sticky. It zaps up a whole mouthful of red ants. Crunch. They taste delicious. Ben stares up at you in amazement. Wow, he exclaims. That's some tongue. Splat. Your tongue darts out again. The ants stick it to it by the hundreds. Soon, you've eaten all of them. You pull your foot out of the ruined anthill. I guess I was hungry, you tell Ben, wiping the last few ant crumbs off your mouth. That was gross, Ben exclaims. But we'd better get going. We only have half an hour before Mrs. Weedle and the rest of the group take off for the new campsite. We've got to find that Fireheart tree before then. Turn to page 24. And thank you for that, Christina, because I was like, somebody had to say it. You carefully make your way towards the area where you were exploring earlier with the junior explorers. That tree with the fruits that look just like the little hearts must be around here somewhere, you think to yourself. You push away some thick vines and see before you a small clearing in the jungle. Right in the center is the tree you saw earlier. You really hope it's the Fireheart tree. It's a small tree with dull, flat leaves and gray bark. The branches are loaded down with pretty red, heart-shaped fruits. Look, you exclaim. Ben, I found the tree I was telling you about. Shh! Ben grabs you by the arm and pulls you back behind a fuzzy, flowering bush. Quiet, he whispers. Someone's coming. Hurry to page 57. You are about to run into the clearing towards the tree, but Ben held you back just in time. As you watch from behind the bush, Mrs. Weedle enters the clearing with the rest of the junior explorers right behind her. Mrs. Weedle mumbles. I don't see the Carrot locust anywhere. Where could that plant be? Hey, Mrs. Weedle, Bill Green calls. What's the name of this cool tree with all the fruit? I can't remember the scientific name, but here in the Amazon they call it the Fireheart tree. You're so excited to hear that the tree actually is the Fireheart tree that you shout out. Yes, you yell. What was that sound? Mrs. Weedle demands. It sounded like it came from over there, he says. Bill's little brother Fred. He points towards your hiding place. What do we do now? Ben whispers. Oh, you didn't see my face before? Thanks. Do we step out and explain what happened to us, or do we jump out and scare them away? So step out, explain, or jump out and scare. And pull is up. Okay, we still have like 10 seconds to vote. Jump out and scare them, or step out and explain what happened. Okay, everyone decided to jump out and scare them. We are going to page 129. I'll scare them away, you whisper to Ben. Watch this. You jump out from behind the big bush, roaring like a monster from a horror film. You slash the air with your claws. Ah! Mrs. Weedle hollers at the top of her lungs. The rest of the kids scream in terror. Run! Mrs. Weedle cries. And they scatter like flies. All except for Bill Green, who just stands there with his mouth open. Finally, his brother grabs him by the arm and drags him into the brush. Nice going, Ben says, taking off his glasses and wiping his eyes. He's laughing so hard, tears are streaming down his face. Did you see Mrs. Weedle's expression? You asked with a chuckle. Ben does a little imitation of Mrs. Weedle, screaming. He dances around in a circle, flailing his arms. Suddenly, he stops. An expression of true terror comes over his face. And he points right at you. Ben stammers. What's wrong? Are you okay? Maglani, Ben says. Behind you. Race to page 111. You turn quickly. A tall man is standing behind you. He wears a robe of leopard skins and carries a big stick in one hand. His face is painted with stripes, and he wears a big feathery hat, just like the witch doctors you've seen in movies. The Maglani places a heavy hand on your shoulder. Your mind races. What should you do? The Maglani doesn't have a very good grip on you. You could wriggle out of his grasp and run away, or you could try to reason with him. He doesn't look very dangerous. We have two options here, you guys. Option 1 is to try and escape from the Maglani. Option 2 is to try and reason with him. We are about to vote. Okay. Option 1 is try to escape from the Maglani. Option 2, to reason with him. We got a poll at the top of the chat. We've got 45 seconds left to vote. Okay, 20 seconds left still, you guys. Option 1, try to escape from the Maglani, or option 2, reason with him. we have decided to try and reason with him. We are proceeding to page 50. You figure you might as well try talking to the Maglani. If you run away, he might put another spell on you. Excuse me, sir, you say, stepping away so that you can look him in the eye. Are you one of the medicine men who turned me into a monster? Yes, I am, he replies in a thick accent. Still, you're kind of amazed that this ancient tribe speaks English. And you've done very well. Both of you have done very well, the mysterious medicine man adds, and smiles at you. What do you mean? Ben asks. You found the Fireheart tree. You passed the test, the Maglani declares. Out of the jungle, all around you, other Maglani step forward. Some of them are men, some are women, and some are even kids. All of them wear leopard skin robes and carry scepters. We arranged the whole thing, the Maglani explains. We used magic to create the Junior Explorer Adventure Club, and we made sure that you both found your way into the clearing with the magic fruit at the same time. You mean it was all a test? You ask. Yes, the medicine man chuckles, and you won. What exactly did we win? Ben asked nervously. Turn to page 99 to find out. The head medicine man waves his scepter in the air majestically. By finding the Fireheart tree together, you have passed the test. He reaches into a pocket and withdraws a handful of some kind of powder. He sprinkles the powder over your head. It tingles. You feel your skin change back to human skin, and the claws disappear. Your sharp teeth return to normal. You're a kid again. Since you passed the test, we will now make you both Maglani of the Amazon. His voice booms through the jungle. He claps his hands slowly. Soon, all of the Maglani join in clapping. They begin to chant, make nihe. Do you want to be a medicine man? You whisper to Ben. No. Do you? He asks. You shake your head. The Maglani aren't paying attention to you. They're all busy clapping and chanting. Excuse me, guys, you interrupt. Silence fills the air as the Maglani stare at you. But we don't want to be Maglani. We'll just see about that, the head Maglani says with an evil smile. Jump to page 77. You're surrounded by the strange medicine men. I'm sorry, you apologize. It's not that we don't think it would be really cool to join you all. It's just we have families waiting for us. Yeah, Ben joins in. They would really miss us if we became medicine men. We understand, the tall Maglani says. But you also have to understand that we can't have you blabbing about all of our secrets. He rubs his scepter between his palms slowly. We promise we won't tell anyone, you declare. Well, we really should go, Ben adds. Bye. You turn your backs on the Maglani to leave. Clack qui vladrup, you hear behind you. You feel your body changing again. This time, brown hair pushes out through your skin, all over your body. You start shrinking too, and grow a tail. You're a monkey, and next to you is another monkey wearing tiny glasses. It's Ben. When the Maglani said he didn't want you telling their secrets, he really meant it. Well, at least you have a friend to monkey around with. You two can really go bananas. The end. Oh, that's gonna be 16 endings, you guys. Ooh. Okay, where are we at now? We've got so much more, probably. Backing up, we are not going to try and reason with Maglani. We are going to try to slip away on page 67. Run for it, Ben, you shout. You duck out from under the medicine man's hand. Omlaka Saka, the medicine man commands in a foreign language. A wind whips up immediately. Kubuta Lunga, he shouts. 8 other medicine men dressed in silver robes appear from thin air. They all look exactly like the first one, with stripes on their faces and big feathery hats. They must be some sort of magical clones. Snarling in anger, the medicine men chase you. Ben races one way and you go another. 4 of the clones chase you as you rip through the jungle. You hurtle over roots and small plants. You dodge low vines and tree branches. You reach the banks of the river. Water rushes by in a muddy torrent. Several thick, strong vines hang down from a giant tree. The medicine men spring out onto the bank of the river. They chuckle an evil laugh in unison. All at once, they raise their hands to grab you. You grab one of the vines to swing over the river. You hope they're as sturdy as they look. Swoosh over to page 85. You have a good grip on the vine. You expect to go sailing over the river, away from all the medicine men. But as you grasp the vine, you notice it has a strange texture. It doesn't feel like a plant. Plants don't have scales. And plants don't slither in your hand. And plants don't hiss. Gasp! You're holding a giant boa constrictor. The snake quickly loops itself around you and drops out of the tree. You drop with it. The medicine men stand around, shaking their heads sadly as the tremendous boa constrictor wraps itself around you. They wanted to shrink your head. Too bad for them. If they try to take you away from the boa, it'll have a real hissy fit. The end. 17 endings. I like hissy fit. That's a good pun. Okay, which one of these was last? Okay, so we're going back to the clearing with the Fireheart tree. We decided to scare everyone away, and we are going to attempt to explain what happened to us instead on page 18. I don't want to scare them, you tell Ben quietly. I'll just explain who I am. They'll understand everything after I eat the Fireheart fruit and turn back into myself. Who's there? Barks Mrs. Weedle. Is it one of my explorers? Step out where I can see you. It's just me, you call. Don't be scared. I can explain. You step out from behind the bush. Mrs. Weedle takes one look at your sharp teeth, fishy gray skin, and huge globby eyes, and faints. Thump. And just like that, the whole rest of the group passes out too. Thump, 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 thump. You and Ben can't help but laugh. I tried not to scare them, you say, stepping over Mrs. Weedle. You pluck one of the ripe red Fireheart fruits and sink your teeth into it. Immediately, you feel your skin tighten and your head start to shrink. It happens so quickly that you don't bother finishing the fruit. You're a kid again, more or less. Back at the hotel, you tell your whole story during dinner to your family, and they all think you're joking until a fly lands on the tablecloth. Zap! Your long, sticky tongue shoots out and catches the fly. Guess you should have eaten the whole Fireheart fruit. But then, there's a little monster inside everybody. In the end. Somewhere in there. Thump, thump, thump. That's 18 endings. That's pretty funny. To keep your creepy tongue. Okay, we're going back to the Red Ant Hill. We had Ben dig our leg out with a stick, but we're gonna have him try and drown the ants on page 89. Ashley was like, "Don't ants float?" And I'm like, "Maybe. I don't. We'll find out." The ants are frantically trying to get back in their anthill. They crawl all over your leg and begin to bite. Quick, pour the water over my leg, you cry to Ben. A large green plastic canteen is slung over Ben's shoulder. He opens the canteen and drenches the anthill with water. The water doesn't kill the ants. It just makes them really mad. They swarm over your leg. The bites make your leg feel like it's on fire. The anthill's all muddy now, and your leg is stuck even deeper than it was before. Ow, Ben, help me, you call. Pull me out. Ben takes one step towards you, but stops. I can't, he exclaims. I'm allergic to insect bites. I'll go try and find help. Ben takes off running at full speed. If only you'd turned into a gopher instead of a clumsy bug-eyed fish monster. Then you could have just dug your way out. Because by the time Ben gets back, it'll be too late. The ants will have moved your whole body out of their anthill, bit by bit, bite by bite. The end. Ooh. How is this kid still alive? Yeah, exactly. Oh man, all my nose is coming off. That was 19 endings. So we're like closing in on like the 20, but I think there's gotta be more than 20 because I know there's like a whole, like at least a small storyline that we have not seen at all yet. Because I was flipping through the book randomly earlier trying to come up with costume ideas. So I have no idea. We know it's more than 20, but we never know how many. I think it's more than 2 more, though. Okay, so we're going back to... Ben found us, and we are trying to find the tree, and we are deciding which way to go, where we flipped a coin, and we are going to try as if we went head first. No, we wouldn't have to start at the beginning again, because we actually, like, did start at the beginning once, so there wouldn't be any difference there. I think it's just going to be this other one that we have that sends us in a different direction. Okay, we go left on page 43. Let's go back to where we were earlier, you say to Ben as you leave the clearing. After all, that's where I thought I saw the fireheart fruit. Cool, Ben bounds ahead of you, pushing the heavy foliage out of the way as you both climb up the steep slope. Now I see why they use those big knives in the movies, he declares over his shoulder. These leaves are really thick. A soft rain begins to fall. The water feels good on your gooey skin. You and Ben are making your way back to Mrs. Weedle's meeting spot when you come to a big, gnarled tree. You hear a rustling at your feet, and suddenly you're snatched up into the air along with Ben. You are caught in a huge net. Drag yourself to page 44. You are hanging suspended from the giant tree in a big net. Tight, tough ropes crisscross every which way. Who put this net here? You ask Ben worriedly. I lost my place, sorry. Do you think it was the medicine men? I don't know. I hope not. You and Ben are a jumble of arms and legs in the giant net. You can hardly tell which way is up. A rustling sound draws your attention back to the ground. A group of incredibly tall women dressed in leather and animal skins step out of the trees. They are very old, with tan, wrinkled faces and white hair hanging in braids. Across their chests are slung long, curving bows, and they carry sharp spears in their hands. Those aren't the medicine men I was reading about, Ben whispers to you. Check out their spears, you say quietly. They don't look too friendly. Warrior women, Ben gasps. I read in a comic book once that the Amazon River was named after some ancient warrior women. They were called Amazons. The leader of the warrior women steps forward and she raises a decorated spear, points it right at you, and jabs. Quick, turn to page 28. The warrior woman's spear is aimed right at your heart. You feel the sharp stone point of her spear graze your arm as the spear comes closer. You squeeze your eyes shut. At the last possible moment, the head warrior woman flicks the blade to the left. Instead of plunging the spear into you, she cuts one of the ropes of the net. You and Ben tumble to the ground. The warrior woman guffaw as if it's the funniest thing they've ever seen. I'm glad they think it's funny, Ben mumbles. He polishes his glasses on his shirt. You both are lying on the ground, covered in dirt. The head warrior woman holds up her hand for silence. The other women stop laughing abruptly. The warrior woman drops to all fours right next to you. She peers into your face, examining you closely. You can see your own reflection in her large black pupils. Your gooey gray skin, your big glassy black eyes, your rows of sharp teeth. The warrior woman reaches up to scratch your back. A tiger skin bag hanging from her side falls open. Inside, you see a shrunken head. You draw back in shock. Go to page 95. The warrior woman finishes looking you over and stands up. I don't know. We might have to wait and see if they can say warrior woman a couple more times. She's got a shrunken head in her bag, you whisper to Ben. Maybe they're Muglani after all, Ben whispers back. Listen, my friends, the head warrior woman says in perfect English. The Muglani have struck again. We've got to help these kids reverse the spell of those terrible Muglani. My name is Unger, the warrior woman announces to you and Ben. She puts out her hand and helps you both to your feet. The Muglani are our enemies. We always try to help the unfortunate people that the Muglani turn into monsters. Will you accept our help? Unger extends her hand for you to shake. You see the shrunken head peeping out of her bag. Can you really trust these strange women, or should you go your own way? You see by your watch that it's already 2:30. You've got no time to lose. For real. Okay, so our choice here is to accept their help or to turn down the offer and go on your own. And the poll is on.
Playing from Amanda's iPhone.
Oh, thanks. Binksy Boo has decided to join us here. I'm just trying to get her. Come here, Binksy. Are you a warrior woman, Binksy? Can you show everybody your warrior woman face? Say, I'm a warrior woman. Say, I'm a warrior woman. Okay, there's still a few seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to accept the help of the strange women. Or option 2, to turn down their offer and go on your own. Okay, we have clearly, unanimously decided to accept the help of the strange women on page 122. You reach out and shake Unger's hand. They're strange old women, but they seem to be friendly. Besides, you need all the help you can get. Can you help us find the Fireheart fruit, you ask? We read in a pamphlet that the Fireheart fruit is the antidote to the Muglani magic. Aha! Unger shouts. You read our pamphlet! We published that booklet to warn people about the Muglani. She looks very pleased that you read their booklet. You see, My sister was a victim of their magic. They shrank her head. I have it right in my bag to remind me to be on the lookout of them. So that's why she has the head, you murmur to Ben. Now let's go, Unger hollers. We will take you to the Fireheart fruit right now, and then you will be a kid again. Excellent. Turn to page 62 to follow the warrior women. The warrior women lead you through the jungle to find the Fireheart fruit. Even though they seem ancient, the warrior women walk fast. They slip through the jungle gracefully, hardly disturbing a single leaf. As you hike behind the warrior women, you begin to feel very hungry. Even though you just ate that pear, you feel as if you haven't eaten in days. Also, we ate all those ants, but whatever. Maybe monsters get hungry faster than normal people. Your stomach erupts in a loud growl. The jungle leaves begin to blur before your eyes. You're feeling faint. You've got to have some food soon. Is that an orange tree you see off the side of the path? It sure is. Wow, an orange would really hit the spot. The oranges smell great. But you remember the last time you ate a piece of fruit and it turned you into a monster with bulging black eyes and gooey gray flesh? These fruits can't be magic, you assure yourself. They're growing in a tree in the middle of the jungle. They must be safe. Your stomach growls at you. Grab an orange. Or maybe you should ask the warrior women for something to eat. If you want to grab an orange, we'll choose option 1. If you want to ask the warrior women for something to eat, choose option 2. Binks, are you causing trouble? The answer is yes. Yes, she is. And there's voting happening. Let's do this vote. Option 1. Grab an orange. Option 2. Ask the warrior woman for something to eat. I am glad that this is entertaining tonight. This is a pretty good book. I'm here for it. We still have a little bit left to vote. Although now that everyone is pretty much chosen to ask the warrior women for help, grabbing an orange would have taken us to page 69. So, you know. We win some, we lose some. To ask the warrior women for something to eat, turn to page 5. Excuse me, you call to Unger. I don't mean to slow us down, but I'm dying of hunger. Do you guys have anything I could snack on? Of course, says Unger. We never go anywhere without plenty of food. She opens the tiger skin sack slung over her shoulder. Unger takes out a handful of flowers and passes them around. The flowers are edible. They're delicious. You're glad you asked. After a few more minutes of marching through the humid green jungle, Unger brings the group to a halt. You're standing in front of a cave. It's dark and lined with jagged rocks. A warm, dry breeze wafts out from the cave's mouth. That's where the Fireheart tree is, Unger tells you and Ben. She points to the small cave. Follow the tunnel until you reach a big cave. In the center, there will be a tree. Thank you so much, you tell the warrior women. It is our pleasure to defeat the spells of the Maglani, Unger replies. Good luck, my little friends. She pats you and Ben on the back and turns to leave. Oh, one last thing about the cave, Unger remarks. Beware of the guard dragon. Turn to page 87. '87 was the year that a couple of us were born. Cheers. Guard dragon, you say? What do you mean, guard dragon? But Unger was gone. Yes. Oh, side note, there's a dragon. Why does Ryan hate us all? Is it because he wants to be a warrior woman? But Unger is gone. She and the rest of the warrior women have disappeared into the rich foliage of the jungle. Well, thanks again, Ben calls after them. Do you think she was serious about the guard dragon? You ask Ben nervously. I don't know, Ben answers. Maybe we should bring in some kind of weapon to protect ourselves from the dragon, you wonder aloud. What about these sticks? Ben asks, pointing to 2 heavy branches lying on the ground. Okay, first of all, Ryan is not too old to be a warrior woman because they were specifically described as old women. So he can totally be a warrior woman still. He's fine. Well, at least like 87 and 78. They're like, that's good. It's a good match. What about these sticks? Ben asks, pointing to the 2 heavy branches on the ground. Those look perfect, you exclaim. You pick up the branches and hand one to Ben. Well, we'd better hurry. We've only got about 10 minutes before the junior explorers leave without us. Let's get into that cave. That was my thought too. Yeah, no big deal. We got this dragon with sticks. Race to page 84. You and Ben scramble over the rocks and into the cave. The rocks are covered by a strange white moss. The moss glows a little, helping you to see better in the dark cave. I was like, is this the same moss that was covering the face of the gooey rock guys? You use your club as a walking stick. It helps you balance as you climb over the craggy stones. I wonder why it's so hot in here, Ben murmurs. Usually caves are cooler than the air outside. It's really boiling in here, you agree. As you stumble along, the tunnel begins to glow with a faint gold light. The cave grows brighter and brighter. I can see the tree, you exclaim as you reach a chamber that Unger told you about. Wow, Ben shouts. There in the center of the cave is a pool of lava. From the center of the pool grows a beautiful little tree. Its low, sweeping branches are filled with ripe red fruits. They hang like drops of blood from every branch. Ooh. How cool is that, you exclaim. Ben puts down his stick and gives you a high five. We found the Fireheart tree. But as you step towards the tree, you hear a low, menacing hiss. Scramble to page 10. A puff of mist rises from the pool of lava. Though the mist appears through the mist appears a fierce, sinister shape, a dragon. Short spikes cover its head and run down its spine. Though it's not gigantic, it looks quite deadly. The dragon has rows of jagged teeth and sharp, rippling scales. 2 evil-looking green eyes with a stripe of fiery red down the middle peer hatefully at you and Ben. I don't think we can fight it, Ben yells. He scrambles to pick up his club. We've got to, you shout. You tighten your grip on your stick. Your body is trembling from head to webbed foot. Hiss! The dragon slithers right through the lava moat. As it creeps towards you, you hear its sharp claws scratch at the rock. Let's go, Ben begs. Let's run, now! If you want to run, choose option 1. If you want to try and defeat the dragon, choose option 2. Okay, let's do this, I guess. We're gonna win. We're gonna win if we try and defeat the dragon. There's no way we can lose. Nothing could go wrong. It's impossible. It couldn't go wrong. Okay, we still have about 20 seconds left to vote if anyone else wants to put in their 2 cents. We've got option 1 to run from the dragon, or option 2 to fight the lava dragon with our sticks. Oh, too bad the warrior women were not with us still. I agree. Yeah, Martha. I wish we had them. Okay, everyone decided to try and defeat the dragon, which makes sense. But also as a side note, it's like real shitty of them to be like, yes, we're here to help you and to defeat the spells cast by our enemies, and we're just gonna drop you off at the mouth of a cave of which you have to cross through lava and a dragon to get to the thing you need. So that was kind of, they're not that great, maybe. But we're going to try and defeat the dragon on page 36. I've got to fight the dragon. I can't leave without getting one of those fruits, you exclaim. If I don't get one, I'll be stuck looking like a monster for the rest of my life. Okay, Ben agrees courageously. We'll fight the dragon. Just then, you remember something you learned in school about lizards. Maybe it'll work on a dragon. Don't move, Ben, you command. Some lizards can only see movement. Maybe it won't be able to see us if we hold still. You're right. After you and Ben stop moving, the dragon seems confused. It sniffs at the air and scans the cave with its green and red eyes. But it doesn't see you. The dragon loses interest and crawls back behind the tree. I'm going to grab a fruit. Very, very slowly, you whisper. You tiptoe up to the lava pool, moving at the pace of a slow motion replay. You slowly reach over the small lake of boiling, steaming, molten rock. Turn to page 82. You reach to pluck one of the fireheart fruits. The dragon still doesn't see you. You're moving too slowly for the dragon to see. The heat from the lava makes your eyes water. You take one of the fireheart fruits in your gray clawed hand. It's warm, just like a real heart. And the soft, fleshy red fruit is pulsing with the heat of the lava, like a real heart would pulse. It feels as if you're holding someone's heart. Gross. With a flick of your wrist, you break the fruit from the tree. You hold it carefully in your hand. You don't want to break it open with one of your sharp claws. You turn to Ben and flash him a toothy smile. And then you hear a violent hiss. The dragon lunges at you from behind the tree. Dash to page 49. Run, Ben screams. The dragon is after you. Quickly, you slip the pulpy fire fruit into your pocket. How do you have a pocket? Oh, I guess you're still closed. Okay. Ben bounds down the tunnel, heading for the exit. You turn to run away from the dragon, but your feet slip on the rock and you hit the ground. Your breath is knocked out of you, but even worse, your club rolls away from you. The dragon lets out an angry roar and pounces on you. The weight of the dragon pins you to the ground. Hiss! You're face to face with a deadly dragon. Turn to page 133 before it's too late. The dragon has you pinned to the ground. It snaps at your face with its razor-sharp teeth. You get a crazy idea. You snap right back at the dragon. After all, you're a monster too. You growl and gnash your own sharp teeth. Get off me, you shout. You push the dragon off you and scamper to your feet. And then something happens. Something unexpected. You take in a big puff of air and you feel the back of your neck rising up. It's not really your neck, but a flap of skin on your neck. It rises up out like a hood behind your head. It feels huge, and out the corner of your eye, you can see that it's covered in bright and colorful markings. It makes you look bigger and scarier than you really are. The dragon takes one look at you now and stops hissing. It starts to whimper instead. It cowers at your feet. You let out a terrifying howl, and the dragon slinks back to the tree with its head down. Slink over to page 66 yourself. Dude, are we like that, like the dinosaur from Jurassic Park where he's got the like... The dragon is behind the Fireheart tree, cowering. You race to the exit of the tunnel. As you run, you feel the webbed hood around your head fold up and collapse back against your scaly neck and back. You never even knew you had it until you needed it. Ben, you call. Are you okay? You made it, he yells. I can't believe it. I thought you were a goner for sure. Nope. I scared the dragon. I out-scared it. And look, I have the Fireheart fruit. The fruit is still pulsing in your hand. You stare at it, glad that it didn't get squished during the battle. There was no battle. There was no battle. Yeah. Do you like my teeth? Also, thank you for your Dilophosaur. That was the word I was looking for. You stare at it, glad that it didn't get squished during the battle. Its blood-red skin is shiny and slippery. Here goes nothing, you say, sinking your teeth into the warm fruit. Find out what happens next on page 96. Which is the year this book came out, so let's cheers to that, you guys. Wow. The Fireheart fruit has a wonderful flavor. It's like a strawberry cake. As you chew, your skin begins to tingle. Your face twitches and jumps. The jungle spins. Everything blurs together and twirls faster and faster. Bang! It all stops. You take your hands away from your face. It worked, Ben exclaims. You're a kid again. You did it. Ben thumps you on the back and you burp. You burp up a little fire. You and Ben race back towards the path where the junior explorers were. It doesn't take you long to find the group. Mrs. Weedle is shouting for everyone to get in line and head out. Whew, just in time. Zoe's there, and she's psyched to see you. She apologizes for running away from you the way she did. No sweat, you tell her. Ben and I will tell you the whole story. When you get back home, you become famous for your fire burps. You're booked on all the late night talk shows. You're also very handy for roasting marshmallows for your two best friends, Zoe and Ben. The end. Oh, I love that we made a new best friend, you guys. That's like a really good ending. I'm like way into it. Okay, what number was that? That was ending number 20. We got famous. That was the whole point. Hey, I should have listened to those guys earlier. Then we maybe would have been famous earlier. I don't know, man. Okay. Taking a step back, where we decided unanimously that we were going to defeat the dragon, which we did, which was great. We are now going to run away from the dragon instead on page 13. The dragon draws nearer. Spiky white teeth snap at you. It eyes you viciously with its fiery pupils. You're right, you cry. We can't fight that thing. Let's get out of here. You and Ben drop your clubs and race towards the exit. You stumble over the rough rocks. Because your backs are turned, you don't see the dragon dip its mouth into the lava pool and slurp up a mouthful of molten rock. With a huge puff, the dragon spits fire at you. The flames bellow down the tunnel after you, catching up to you in no time at all. You told everyone in Mrs. Weedle's group you were a big-time explorer who could survive any adventure. Looks like you were wrong. Liar, liar, pants on fire. The end. Also a good ending. Oh, this is a good book, you guys. 21 endings. Okay. Continuing to backtrack. We go back to where we were with the warrior women, and we were really hungry, and we had the option to grab an orange, or ask the warrior women for something to eat. So instead of getting something to eat from the warrior women, we are going for the orange on page 69. Nice. Cheers. You decide you don't want to slow everyone down by asking them for something to eat. You'll just snatch an orange real quick. You step into the shade of the orange tree to pluck a fruit. You find the ground under your feet has disappeared. With a lunge, you grab for the ledge. Your knuckles scrape on the small rocks buried in the soft ground, and you plummet downwards. Your arms wheel through the air, and you take a nosedive, landing with a plop. You're in some kind of pit. Steep, square walls go up about 15 feet. Beyond the pit, you can see the deep green leaves of the jungle and the blue sky beyond them. Hello? You call to Ben and the warrior women. Can you hear me? I fell into a pit. Help me. But there's no sound from above. They're too far away to hear you. If only they didn't walk so fast. Now you're trapped. Turn to page 80. You stand with your hands on your hips and check out the pit. Now how am I going to get out of this pit, you think? And why would someone dig a big hole in the middle of the jungle anyway? You take 2 steps back. Maybe you can jump up and get a handhold on the bank of the pit. As your foot lands, you hear a loud crunch, and the crunch extends into a ghostly rattle. The sound makes the hairs on the back of your neck prickle. A spooky breeze sweeps over you. There's something moving behind you. It sounds as if it might be a bunch of old bones. You turn around very slowly and very carefully. Turn to page 126. You're faced with the skeleton of a tiger. And it's a time loop. Ashley, how many time loops is that? I feel like I'm going to have to scroll up 100 years to find it. I think that was maybe time loop 5. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Yes, time loop 5. Thank you. Time loop 5. Okay. Not doing that again. Okay, now we're back to where we first met the warrior women. And we were nervous if we could trust the strange women with the shrunken head in their bags. And we decided to accept their help. This time we are going to turn down the offer and go on our own way on page 53. It's very nice of you to offer to help, you say, backing away from the warrior women. But we've really got to be going. After all, the warrior woman has a shrunken head in her bag. Plus, they have spears and bows and arrows. You can't trust them. They're just too dangerous. It was nice to meet you, Ben joins in. See you later. The warrior woman's face turns red as you edge toward the trees. She snaps her fingers, and all the warrior women lift their spears and point them right at you. You and Ben gasp in fear. A cold sweat breaks out down your spine. Okay, the warrior woman says. I admit it. We're the ones who put that magic fruit there and turned you into a monster. We're the Muglani, and we want your heads. Oh, dude, that was a twist. I was not expecting that. Quick, turn to page 39. Yeah, we are all in shock right now. We're like Home Aloneing it. The warrior women are closing in on you with their spears, and they want to make hacky sacks out of your heads. Time to scram, you think, and without a word, you pick Ben up and take off. I forgot we were a monster at this point because I was like, that's hilarious that you just like picked up your friend and like ran off with him. But considering we are this monster from the... How does this work? The cover of the book here. I guess we can do that. You slip past the warrior women and race through the jungle. The exotic flowers and plants blur before your eyes as you run. The warrior women hoot and holler behind you. Even though they're old, they run fast. And carrying Ben is weighing you down. They're right on your trail. Arrows zing past you and stab into the trees. Oh no! Ben cries. You skid to a stop. Ahead of you, the ground falls off into a dark pit filled with bubbling, oozing tar. An arrow flies over your shoulder and lands in the tar. The tar swallows it with a little burp that pops with a splat of gooey tar. A vine dangles right in front of you. What do we do? Ben asks. We've got two options, you guys. Option 1, swing on the vine. Or option 2, jump over the pit. So we are going to either swing or jump. The poll will open at the top of the chat in 2 seconds.
Playing from Amanda's iPhone.
Thank you. Okay, the poll is open. Do we want to swing on the vine over the tar pit or attempt to just jump over the tar pit? Every vote counts, you guys. Democracy in action. Oh yeah, do the Tarzan. Something like that, right? It's been a while since I've watched Tarzan, so I don't know for sure. Is that other guy still here? Sucktire? Is that guy still here? He was asking questions, and I felt kind of bad about not responding to his questions, but at the same time, we were in a really intense part of the book, and I felt like I had to just keep going. Also, we had a tie on the swinging versus jumping. It says we have 9 viewers. I have 4 votes, which means there are 5 viewers out there that have not voted. And I would enjoy a tiebreaker vote. Or Christina can flip a coin for us again. Or roll a die or whatever. Whatever thing you have to help us break this tie would be spectacular. Yes, no, maybe. We're swinging. We're swinging. Okay. Going to page 54. Let's try to swing over the tar pit, you suggest to Ben. The warrior women are right behind you. There's no time to lose. You reach for the vine, but a warm tropical breeze picks up. It blows the vine right out of your reach. Hurry, Ben cries. The warrior women are coming. You reach further, trying to grasp the vine. Hard, weathered hands clamp down on your arms. It's too late. The warrior women have captured you. Struggle to page 41. You squirm and struggle, trying to break free from the warrior women. 3 of them are holding on to you. 3 other warrior women have got Ben. You can't move. The women are incredibly strong. They bind your hands and feet with cord that looks as if it's been made out of plant stalks. The ancient warrior women lift you up into the air and carry you through the jungle. Ben, what do we do now? You ask him as you bounce along on the shoulders of the warrior women. Did your booklet give you any ways to fight the Muglani? No, Ben mumbles. If only we'd tried to jump over the tar pit, maybe then we would have gotten away. Maybe, you answer. Or maybe if we had accepted their help in the first place. You two will have plenty of time to discuss it. Soon, your shrunken heads will be hanging side by side on the magic table in the clearing. One little fishy head, and the other one with little glasses. You two can hang out all you want. The end. Hang out. Okay, that's 22 endings so far. I think we're closing in on the actual end of the book here, probably. It's 11 now. We got like 2 tabs here at least, but... Okay, let's see what happens if we try and jump over the pit instead on page 75. The bubbling tar pit isn't that wide. Maybe you can make it if you hurtle towards the other bank. Jump for it, you shout to Ben. You take a flying leap for the other side. You almost make it. Your feet slip on the far bank of the pit, and your feet slide into the steaming tar. You fall backwards, arching through the air. Splat! The sticky tar covers you from head to toe. Splat! Ben lands right on top of you. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. It looks like you're stuck for good. The end. 23 endings. I spelled endings wrong. Again. It's fine. Okay, 1 tab left at the moment. Let's see. Oh, and it's on the last page of the book. Fancy. Okay, so we are... Ben is the Wish version of Ronald Weasley. I agree with you on that. Yeah, and he only showed up right here in like this one little... Because the book has so many different storylines in it. He only showed up in this one last small storyline bit. So I definitely... Well, you know what? I don't know that he's Ronald Weasley. I feel like he's more of a Neville Longbottom, actually. Maybe he'll have a really great glow up, though. That would be super cool. Our last tab that we have at the moment here, it takes us back to where we first found that table in the clearing, and we ate the fruit and we turned into the fish monster, and we heard someone was coming, and we had the option to try and get help from the person who was coming, or to hide from the person who was coming. And I took the tab off, and I just need to double check to make sure which one we did the last time. Okay, last time we decided to get help. So this time we're going to try and hide instead on 124. The footsteps are coming closer and closer. Quickly, you duck under the table. The shrunken heads hanging down form a curtain. You pray you can't be seen. You watch from under the table as 3 pairs of legs enter the clearing. All three are wearing khaki pants and army boots. What an odd little clearing, says a British-sounding woman's voice. You see a woman bend down and touch the earth. She's wearing a full set of khaki fatigues and carrying a long hunting rifle. She's a hunter. A jolt of fear blasts down your spine. What if she sees you? She might think you're some kind of animal and shoot you. Some kids were here, she declares, patting the ground. Why, that's absurd, another British-sounding voice answers. Why would children be in the heart of the jungle? James, the woman declares sharply. She kneels on the ground. I am Gwen Shripp, the world-famous hunter. I know the footprint of a sneaker when I see one. I knew I would never have brought you on this expedition. You're right, Gwen, dear, James apologizes. That's when Gwen, the world-famous hunter, turns and sees you hiding under the table. She quickly raises her gun. Duck out of the way on page 115. The hunter is raising her gun towards you. You don't have a moment to lose. You jump out from beneath the table and bound into the jungle. You're into the dense leaves and vines before the hunters can stop you. Their reflexes are slow. They're probably still shocked by the way you look. Even Gwen Shripp looks stunned. Her mouth hangs open, but only for a moment. Quickly, after it, Gwen commands. But what is it? Her husband asks nervously. It appears to be some new species of amphibian, you hear the hunter reply. Whatever it is, I'm going to get it. Keep running to page 101 as fast as you can. You race through the jungle at an amazing speed. Your legs are suddenly stronger than ever before. You can also see much better than before. It's probably because your eyes are so big. The hunters are right on your trail. Bang! A bullet whizzes through the air. They're shooting at you. You've got to get away. To the left, you see a big flower hidden by heavy vines. You're not sure how you know it, but you have some weird sense that you can tell there's water ahead. Or you could keep running. You're not sure how you know it, but you could tell there's water ahead. So we have two options here. We can run to the water, or we can hide inside the huge flower. And poll is up. Go. There's a poll at the top of the chat. Please vote. Although I'm thinking if there's like a flower that's big enough to hide in, it's probably one of those like pitcher plant flowers, or like the one that like stinks like rotting flesh. So that's kind of, but we'll figure it out. It's cool. Okay, I got 2 votes for water and 2 votes for flower, and we've got about 20 seconds left to vote, you guys. And I just like do this constantly because I just want to feel the teeth. Also, my cat does that constantly, so that's probably fine. It makes sense. Okay, we had a tie. I'm just gonna tie break and go with the flower because that seems more interesting to me. We are going to page 16. You make a hard left and dive off the path. Out of sight of the hunters, you quickly slip into the giant flower. Immediately, the pink and white petals close in around you. You couldn't have asked for a better hiding place. You are totally hidden from view. The sweet smell inside the flower almost overpowers you. It makes you want to sneeze, so you hold your breath. Where did it go? James calls. This way, Gwen cries, leading the hunting party right past your hiding place. Whew, it worked. The hunters pass you by. You catch your breath and push at the flower petals with your hands and feet. It won't open up. You push harder. You strain with all your might. You scratch at the petals with your strong monster claws, but nothing works. You are trapped inside. The petals tighten around you and slowly begin chewing. That's right, chewing. Not all flowers just drink water, you know. First, you were a kid, and then you were a monster. Now, you're just plant food. The end. 24 endings. Okay. Heading back. Let's try running to the water instead on page 108. You can sense that you're near water, so you keep running. Bullets rip through the leaves all around you. Bang, bang. A beach. You leap out of the heavy foliage of the jungle and onto the banks of a swift river. Oh no, Gwen Shrimp cries. Don't let it get in the water. The bullets whiz at you from every direction. You kick off your sneakers and dive into the water. Your feet are webbed too. You can swim incredibly well. You cut through the water away from Gwen Shrimp, the world-famous hunter. The river is cold, but it feels wonderful on your gooey skin. Your gigantic eyes immediately adjust to the darkness of the muddy river, and you realize you can breathe underwater. The cool water flows through the gills on the side of your head. For the first time since you bit that strange fruit, all is calm and quiet around you. But not for long. Snap! From behind you, a set of teeth clamps down on your leg. You cry out in surprise. What now? Turn to page 72. It's an alligator. The jungle river is swarming with them. The alligator tugs you down to the river bottom. Its teeth are clamped around your leg. As hard as you kick and wrestle, you can't shake it loose. Strangely, it doesn't really hurt, but you're starting to get angry. You flip the gator over and bite it on the neck. After all, you have a full set of sharp monster teeth. Immediately, the alligator lets go of you and swims away. Yes, you just fought off an alligator. The kids at school will never believe that one. Now, all you gotta do is get back to school so you can tell them. It's time to go and straighten all of this out. You are sure that once Miss Weedle and the others realize who you are, they will help you figure out how to turn back into a human. The answer must lie on that table with the fruit. In a couple of deft strokes, you reach the shore of the river, and you pull yourself out of the water and stand on the shore. Gasp! Your gills huff and puff uselessly. Your eyes sting. You can't breathe. You're suffocating. Quick, flip to page 35. Gasp! You can't breathe on dry land anymore. It makes no sense. You were just walking around and breathing a few minutes ago. It's like your transformation into a fish monster is finally complete. Dizziness overtakes you. You collapse on the ground. Suddenly, it occurs to you. You've got to make it back into the water, where you can breathe through your gills. Inch by inch, you pull yourself back to the river's edge. Plop! You throw yourself into the racing water. What a joy it is to have the cold, clear water streaming through your gills. I guess I won't be getting any help from Mrs. Weedle, you sigh to yourself as you paddle down the river. Unless she comes in for a dip. It turns out to be a pretty good life, living in the river. There are plenty of small fish to eat, and sometimes you even hunt alligators. Whenever humans come swimming, you try to explain to them who you are, but as soon as you get their attention, they never stick around long enough to find out. They may not know who you used to be, but they know who you are now. You're a legend, famous through the world. They call you the Abominable Fish Monster. The end. Oh. That was 25 endings, and that was the end of the book. We did the whole book, you guys. Although, the weird thing about the ending of this book is, like, I don't know if you guys, I can't even remember what this book is. There's like a book / movie that came out in the last few years about this girl who, like, falls in love with this, like, fish creature. And it's like dark water or something. I don't know why. Like Feeling of Water or The Shape of Water. That one. I feel like the ending of this book just literally, you are now the fish creature that gets pulled out of the Amazon in the shape of water and taken to this, like, government institution. So, that's hilarious. I feel like that was, like, leading right into it, which, wouldn't it be hilarious if the creators or the writers of The Shape of Water were inspired by this particular Goosebumps book in 1996? Because that's just hilarious. I just can't get enough, you guys. That's super funny. Okay, so that is the end of our book. We have left in my collection at the moment 2 more books left to choose from for what's next week? We're good. We can do next week. We got next week. This one is number 30. It's called Your Plant Food. Or this one is number 18, Attack of the Beastly Babysitter. And these are our 2 options we have left. So I am going to put up one last poll for you guys. So, Your Plant Food or Attack of the Beastly Babysitter. Okay, I can't type the whole thing out because it won't let me. But I will give you 2 minutes to vote. Right? I thought it was hilarious that this book that we just read was like, Your Plant Food. And I was like, Your Plant Food! Okay, so I have opened up a poll for 2 minutes to help decide between these 2 books for next week. I gotta find some more books so that we can continue after that, because I'm running out. And like I did mention earlier, I have 27 of the 50 books in my collection. We just completed number 25 tonight. So we are halfway done with the Give Yourself Goosebumps collection. And it only took us like 8 months or something, you know. Yeah. That's all I got. I got nothing else exciting. Do you guys have anything exciting? I got 4 votes, but it says we have 8 videos, 8 viewers. Thank you. Well, thank you for watching and participating, because it's not super exciting to stream when no one is watching. So I appreciate that your guys' dedication to my stream, and I appreciate your support, and I appreciate how awesome you guys are, and I appreciate the opportunity to get to hang out with you guys, even though there's a global pandemic happening, even if it's just on the internet. Brittany, message me your email address. I have a Google document that I have that has a list of all of the books that I have already and all of the ones I don't have. So, and I can send you the link to that document. If you want to check it out and look for some for me too, that would be amazing. It looks like our book for next week is Your Plant Food. So maybe I'll just leave my jungle up behind me and I'll just take out like the creepy shrunken heads and stuff and call it good. Because I'm pretty happy with all this like plant matter that I've got going on back here right now. Cool. It's 11:20. It's a long day. I went to work even though it's supposed to be my day off. So, I want to peace out, but I love you guys, and I love that you joined me and you're here with me, and I will see you next week. Same Goosebumps time, same Goosebumps place, 7 p.m. Almost Christmas time, but not quite, which is really weird. But yeah, that's it. Bye guys. Peace out.